Chapter 3081. Just when Ling Juyan thought that Duan Ling Tian was going to be defeated by his powerful attacks, something unexpected happened. He saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of retreating in the face of his menacing attack. Instead, he charged forward to meet him head-on. Whoosh! The flames on Duan Ling Tian's body surged. It was as if he had completely turned into a part of the flames as he charged towards Ling Juyan. Bang! Bang! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's arms shook. His palms broke through the air with great momentum. Suddenly, boom! Rumble! Two magma-like forces whizzed out from his palms. They were filled with a terrifying burning power, causing the air in the void to give off a faint, burnt smell. Fire element. Plundering profound. Burning profound. Duan Ling Tian used 3 profundities from the law of fire as soon as he made his move. At the same time, when the magma-like energy surged out, the burning flames on the surface of the magma began to show signs of cracking. It was as though there were small fireworks on the surface of the magma. Obviously, Duan Ling Tian had used the explosion profound, which he had only comprehended a little at this moment. He was going all out. At least, that was what Ling Juyan thought. You overestimate yourself. Ling Juyan sneered in his heart in the face of Duan Ling Tian's magma-like forces. The next moment, Ling Juyan's hands danced quickly. The scythes in the void sped up and met the magma-like forces whizzing out from Duan Ling Tian's palms. Buzz, 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 buzz. The scythes shone brightly. The black forces swept out as if they were going to drown the world of light and turn the light into darkness. In the face of the darkness, the two magma-like forces were like 2 meteors that cut through the darkness, illuminating the darkness. In a moment, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyan's attacks collided. Chi, 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 chi. The scythe shone. Once it came into contact with Duan Ling Tian's forces, it completely suppressed Duan Ling Tian's forces. It was extremely powerful. You've lost. Ling Juyan's eyes shone with excitement. A victorious smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly. He wanted to see Duan Ling Tian's disappointed look when he realized that he was going to lose. However, in the next moment, Ling Juyan realized something. Duan Ling Tian's face didn't reveal a disappointed expression that he expected. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. He really could not figure out on what basis Duan Ling Tian was so confident at this moment. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian still has a backup plan? Ling Juyan's heart skipped a beat. However, on second thought, he felt that it was not possible. No, you've lost. Just when Ling Juyan felt that Duan Ling Tian could not possibly have a backup plan, Duan Ling Tian's voice entered Ling Juyan's ears. At the same time, how is this possible? Ling Juyan was shocked to find that the power of the flame that was originally suppressed by his attacks, which was about to be destroyed by his attacks, suddenly exploded. It was as if a compressed power had exploded. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard. A huge, fiery red mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the mountains. Then, a gray figure flew out in a sorry state. The owner of the figure spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered across the sky, embellishing the giant fireworks in the sky. It was particularly glaring. Boom, 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 boom. After the fiery red mushroom cloud bloomed, the entire mountain was swept by a hot gust of wind. Many withered flowers and plants were set ablaze. After a while, more than half of the mountain was engulfed in scorching flames. The flames were getting stronger and stronger. This was the scene of a raging inferno. After the fiery red mushroom cloud dissipated, a figure stood in the void where the mushroom cloud had appeared. He looked like a god. He was dressed in purple and had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. The young man stood there and looked down lazily at the figure in the distance who had just managed to stop himself. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I held back. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been injured so lightly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Juyan, who was approaching from afar. He was in a sorry state. That technique you used just now, was it the profound meaning of explosion? Ling Juyan, who was in a sorry state, did not care about his image at all. He came in front of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. He asked this because he could clearly feel that Duan Lingtian's profound meaning of explosion had played a role in Duan Lingtian's attack just now. Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the superficial profundity of the explosion profundity. However, the sudden burst of energy just now was very similar to the profound meaning of explosion. In fact, it was even stronger than the profound meaning of explosion at the entry level. It was precisely because of this that he asked such a question. However, he was certain that the sudden burst of energy came from Duan Lingtian's body and was not an external force. It was also impossible that the celestial talisman had given Duan Lingtian the power. Are you saying that you're allowed to have the bloodline energy, but I'm not? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun with a faint smile on his face. You have the bloodline energy as well? Ling Jueyun's eyes widened in shock. Does that mean you're also a descendant of an ultimate powerhouse? Like most of the ancient clans in the Divine Offering Land, the Ling clan had inherited the bloodline of an ultimate powerhouse. It was also because of this that every member of the Ling clan had inherited the unique bloodline power of the Ling clan. Generally speaking, only the descendants of an ultimate powerhouse could possess the bloodline energy. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. The bloodline energy, is it related to the ultimate powerhouse? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. Soon after, the Chaos Divine Flame replied, most of the people in the realms of gods are the descendants of ultimate powerhouses. Therefore, they possess the bloodline energy. In the mundane realms and Devata realms, there are very few people who possess the bloodline energy. Even if there are, they're from the realms of gods. However, there are countless people in the realms of gods who possess the bloodline energy, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, that was how the bloodline energy came about. It was no wonder Ling Jueyun was surprised that Duan Lingtian possessed the bloodline energy and that he was the descendant of an ultimate powerhouse. After all, in the past, Ling Jueyun did not think Duan Lingtian was from the realms of gods. You've lost. Duan Lingtian did not answer Ling Jueyun's question directly. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression on his face. From the first time Duan Lingtian met Ling Jueyun, he could tell Ling Jueyun was an arrogant and conceited person. Previously, Ling Jueyun had threatened Duan Lingtian before he left for the cloud platform Celestial Sect in the Scaling Cloud Lake. At that time, Duan Lingtian was extremely displeased. Due to this reason, he had made a promise to Ling Jueyun that he would fight Ling Jueyun after they arrived at the profound Nether Mansion. Today, Duan Lingtian's battle with Ling Jueyun had been brought forward, and he had emerged victorious. Duan Lingtian wanted to see Ling Jueyun's expression after he was defeated. He had a feeling someone like Ling Jueyun would find it difficult to accept such a defeat. However, what happened next was beyond Duan Lingtian's expectations. Yes, I lost. In the face of Duan Lingtian's ridicule, Ling Jueyun nodded, his expression unchanged. That's it. Seeing Ling Jueyun so calm, Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He felt that Ling Jueyun's performance was a little abnormal. For someone as conceited as Ling Jueyun, even if he wasn't flustered and exasperated, he wouldn't be so calm, right? Since you're from a plane of gods and are about the same age as me, it's not surprising that you're slightly stronger than me. Seeing Duan Lingtian's surprise, Ling Jueyun said calmly. After he finished speaking, a glint flashed across his eyes. However, one day, I will defeat you. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Ling Jueyun was so calm after being defeated. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian really believed he possessed the power of bloodline. Based on Ling Jueyun's bloodline power, he was certain Ling Jueyun was from another realm of gods, even if Ling Jueyun was not from the Divine Offering Land. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Why would Duan Lingtian say he possessed the power of bloodline? Duan Lingtian knew very well. For someone as conceited as Ling Jueyun, it was still acceptable for him to be defeated by someone of the same age who was from a realm of gods. However, if he was defeated by someone who wasn't from a realm of gods, it would be a huge blow to his ego. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. In the sky above the central square of Axe Mountain City, behind the clouds, two figures stepped out of one of the courtyards in Above Cloud's tower called the First Sky Courtyard. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan. When the two of them came out this time, they went directly to the counter in the square below and checked out. Then, they walked to the back of the square together. The transporting formation in Axe Mountain City was located there. As a subordinate city of the profound Nether Mansion, the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City was much better than the transporting formations in other places in the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City, one could choose to go to another Devata realm. Naturally, the transporting formation was only as accurate as the profound Nether Mansion in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. Where are we heading to in the Jade Emperor Heaven? Duan Lingtian asked as he walked with Ling Jueyun to the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. Yin Mountain Mansion in the Fair Heaven territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Chapter 3082. The transporting formations in Axe Mountain City was a ring-shaped building with 9 halls. Because of this, the ring-shaped building had a total of 9 entrances, which were also the doors to the 9 halls. These 9 halls are where the transporting formations in Axe Mountain City are located. There are 9 transporting formations in each of the 9 halls that correspond to 9 different Devata realms. The 9 halls are the 81 transportation formations in the Devata realms. They correspond to the 81 Devata realms, including our Spirit Overarching Heaven. Ling Jueyun explained the ring-shaped building to Duan Lingtian after they rose into the air. Although Duan Lingtian had been in Axe Mountain City for more than 10 months, he had never been here before. Including the Spirit Overarching Heaven? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. This is the Spirit Overarching Heaven. Isn't it pointless to set up a transporting formation here to the Spirit Overarching Heaven? Of course, it's pointless. Ling Jueyun said, those who come to Axe Mountain City can be sent to any place in the Spirit Overarching Heaven through the transporting formations in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. As I've said, it's only accurate to the size of the profound Nether Mansion's territory in the Southern Heaven territory. Ling Jueyun continued to explain. Does this mean the transporting formations in Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory can send people to the profound Nether Mansion's territory as well? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Of course. Ling Jueyun nodded. However, not many people would do that. Even celestial lords aren't so extravagant. Moreover, with the speed of a celestial lord, it wouldn't take them long to travel from Grade 6 celestial mansions to Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone travel from Grade 6 celestial mansions to Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Ling Jueyun said, not many people do that? Luxurious? Duan Lingtian was stunned again. It costs a lot of celestial crystals to use this transporting formation? Of course. Ling Jueyun answered Duan Lingtian's question. It costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate the transportation formation in the Devata realms. As long as you enter the transportation formation, it doesn't matter which Devata realm you're transported to. The cost will be the same regardless of where you're transported to. Moreover, this is only the most basic cost of using a transportation formation in the Devata realms. Apart from that, every time a transporting formation is activated, the force that set up the formation will send a guardian to the location where the formation is located to collect a fee from those who use the formation. For example, the guardian of the profound Nether Mansion will charge 10,000 prominent celestial crystals per celestial who uses the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. It's called maintenance fee. Ling Jueyun explained in one breath. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. It costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate each transporting formation. Moreover, the guardian of the profound Nether Mansion has to pay 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to each celestial crystal. Doesn't this mean each person has to pay 110,000 prominent celestial crystals to use the transporting formation? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun in shock. Although he knew one had to pay a hefty price to use the transporting formation, he did not expect it to be so expensive. 110,000 prominent celestial crystals? After all, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were more than enough to buy an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon in any place. In fact, 110,000 prominent celestial crystals was enough to buy a decent offensive king-grade celestial weapon in some places. It depends on how many people are using the transporting formation. If it's just one person, it'll cost 110,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, if it's two people, it'll only cost 60,000 prominent celestial crystals per person. Each transporting formation costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate, regardless of whether it's one or two people. Ling Juiyan said, "You're saying the transporting formations in the Devata realms can be used by two people at the same time?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. If that was the case, it would be much more cost-effective. 100,000 high-grade immortal crystals would be shared by two people. Each person would pay 50,000 high-grade immortal crystals. Apart from that, each person would have to pay 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to the forces that set up the transporting formations in the Devata realms. In total, that would be 60,000 prominent celestial crystals. All right, Ling Juiyun nodded. Then, can three people use the transporting formation at the same time? Duan Lingtian asked again. If the three of them could use it together and teleport together, the 100,000 high-grade immortal crystals would be shared among the three of them. Each person would only have slightly more than 30,000 high-grade immortal crystals. The transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's territories can only be used by two people at the same time. This is due to the limited ability of the formation masters in the profound Nether Mansion who set up the transporting formations. Ling Juiyun said, "The formation masters in the larger territories are generally more capable. The transporting formations they set up can be used by 3, 4, or more people at the same time. Moreover, it costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to activate each transporting formation." Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. As it turned out, the ability of the formation masters in the profound Nether Mansion who set up the transporting formations had to do with the ability of the formation masters. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the three assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. It costs 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to teleport to the profound Nether Mansion. Although the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang can teleport to the profound Nether Mansion through the transporting formation in the Devata realms, it's impossible for him to teleport to the profound Nether Mansion, let alone the one basic Celestial King and the 6 combo Celestial King. Even the 9 Palaces Celestial King wouldn't be willing to use the transporting formations to travel to the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Moreover, with the 9 Palaces Celestial King's speed, it wouldn't take long for him to travel to the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Not only were 9 Palaces Celestial Kings powerful, but they were also extremely fast. After experiencing the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the speed of a Celestial Lord. In the past, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and divine consciousness were comparable to ordinary Celestial Lords due to the consumable royal-grade Celestial weapon, his speed was not comparable to a real Celestial Lord. In fact, he was not even comparable to some powerful Celestial Kings. For example, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang was not as fast as the 9 Palaces Celestial King, even though his consumable royal-grade Celestial weapon had temporarily boosted his cultivation base to the level of an ordinary Celestial Lord. This was because the profundities he had comprehended were too weak. Many people would use the transporting formations to travel to the profound Nether Mansion together, so they can share the cost of the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. After Ling Juiyun finished speaking, he and Duan Lingtian arrived at one of the halls in the ring-shaped building. The transportation formation that leads to the Jade Emperor Heaven is in this hall, Ling Juiyun said to Duan Lingtian after they landed on the ground. Duan Lingtian nodded as he studied the hall in front of him. This hall was different from the magnificent halls he had seen in the past. The decorations of this hall were crude, and it gave off a primitive vibe. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, they saw many people standing outside. Whenever they saw someone walking into the hall alone, they would approach and strike up a conversation. "Brother, are you going to the Mo Yun heaven? If you are, we can travel together. You can stay at the place you want to go first. What do you think? Brother, where do you plan to go? If you're going to the Wu Xian heaven, we can travel together. If you're willing to stay at the place I want to go, you'll only have to pay 30,000 prominent celestial crystals and 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. What do you think? Sir, are you going to the Hongyun heaven? When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun entered the hall together, they could vaguely hear voices coming from outside the hall. Naturally, the voices were much softer after they entered the hall. Moreover, they could not hear anyone striking up a conversation in the hall. It was obvious such behavior was prohibited in the hall. After Duan Lingtian entered the main hall, he glanced left and right. With just a glance, he saw people standing in every corner of the main hall like javelins. Among these people, there were middle-aged men and old men. All of them were dressed in dark green robes with a cloud embroidered on their chests. The words "Profound Nether" were written on the cloud. Although they stood there motionless, their heads moved from side to side from time to time, and their sharp gazes swept through the hall. Are these people from the Profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun. Yes. Ling Jueyun nodded. There are about 20 people from the Profound Nether Mansion in a hall like this. 9 of them are in charge of the transportation formations in the Devata realms. The remaining 9 people are in charge of maintaining order. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was not difficult for him to figure out the 10 people he had noticed earlier were in charge of maintaining order in the hall. There are so many people outside looking for partners to be teleported to the Devata realms, but no one here dares to strike up a conversation. This is because of the rules here. Ling Jueyun continued to say, if someone strikes up a conversation in the hall and is kicked out by the Profound Nether Mansion, they won't be able to set foot in the hall for a year. If they want to continue their journey, they'll have to go to another Devata Realms transportation formation outside Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's suspicions. Chapter 3083. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally noticed the 9 transporting formations in the Devata realm. There were 9 high platforms. On one side of the high platform, there was only one person standing straight like a javelin. The rest of the people were further away from the high platform. If one looked carefully, one could see that only the person standing on the side of the high platform had patterns on the ground beneath his feet. The inscriptions seemed to have golden ink flowing on them. Moreover, the ink seemed to be boiling as it pulsed and shone brightly. That person is the guardian of the formation sent by the Profound Nether Mansion. As though he had noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, Ling Jueyun said, the guardian of the Profound Nether Mansion's formation might not be strong, but he has mastered the formation that covers the transporting formations in the Devata realm. It's said that the formation that covers the transporting formations in the Devata realm has a killing formation that can kill celestial kings and below with just a thought. Although I can't kill some of the more powerful celestial kings, I'll be able to leave a mark on them and hold them back for a while. During that time, the powerhouses from the Profound Nether Mansion will be able to rush over through the transporting formations in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. The reason the Profound Nether Mansion set up such a formation is because they're worried that people who refuse to pay the 10,000 prominent celestial crystals would force their way into the transporting formations in the Devata realm. Apart from that, they're also worried that people would freeload on the transporting formations in the Devata realm without paying any celestial crystals. Ling Jueyun said in one breath. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. It was not difficult to understand why the Profound Nether Mansion would do this. After all, the Profound Nether Mansion was not a charity. They would definitely find a way to recoup the cost of hiring a formation master to set up the transporting formations in the Devata realm. Just like on Earth in his past life, there were tolls for highways, planes, and high-speed trains. The transporting formations in the Devata realm lead to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian as he led Duan Lingtian to a high platform. In front of the high platform, the formation guardian was collecting immortal crystals from a middle-aged man and an old man. Each of them was given 10,000 high-grade immortal crystals. After that, they were allowed to approach the high platform and walk up. After the 2 of them stepped onto the high platform, each of them took out 50,000 upper-grade celestial crystals and scattered them on the high platform in an irregular manner. almost completely covering the surface of the high platform. After a few breaths' time, a white light appeared on the surface of the platform and shrouded the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. It then melted the celestial crystals and turned them into a part of it. The light, which was originally like a white mist, turned into a white liquid after fusing with the 100,000 upper-grade celestial crystals. It moved and flowed on the surface of the platform, creating ripples. In the next moment, the white liquid began to boil on the surface of the platform. Swoosh! Without any warning, after the white liquid boiled for a while, a blazing and dazzling white light suddenly gushed out from it, drowning the two figures on the high platform, causing them to completely disappear in front of everyone's eyes. When the white light finally dissipated, the two figures were nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, the high platform returned to its original state. There was no longer any white mist or white liquid. Everything had returned to how it was before the two figures went up. Don't they have to tell the Formation Guardian where they're going? Duan Lingtian asked Ling Jueyun. There's no need for that. Ling Jueyun shook his head. Where do you want to go? Once you've placed the immortal crystals in place, all you have to do is infuse your divine sense with the boiling white liquid. The formation will send you to your destination. It's just like what I've said before. It can only be sent to a geographical unit, like the profound Nether Mansions territory where we're currently at. Moreover, it can only be sent to a transporting formation in that geographical unit. Ling Jueyun said. A transporting formation? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. He had read about a transporting formation in the Simplicity Celestial sect, so he knew the transporting formation was used to receive people from other places. In any place where there was a transporting formation, there would be a transporting formation as well. However, the two transporting formations would not be too close to each other. Apart from that, the transporting formations were unguarded and did not need to be guarded. There should be a transporting formation in Axe Mountain City, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun. Yes. Ling Jueyun nodded. The transporting formation in Cauldron Mountain City is outside the eastern city gate. Of course, it's not as lively as this place, and the environment is not as good. It's just a barren land with a few dozen broken stone platforms carved with formations. Ling Jueyun's words were exactly as Duan Lingtian had expected. Every place where there was a transporting formation would have a transporting formation. Moreover, the two transporting formations would not be too close to each other. After a short while, a person paid 10,000 prominent celestial crystals and stepped onto the platform that led to the transporting formation in the Jade Emperor Heaven. After a while, the person disappeared from the platform in a flash of white light. Meanwhile, there was no one in front of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. It was their turn now. Duan Lingtian was about to hand the 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to the Formation Guardian when Ling Jueyun beat him to it. Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, "Let's go up." All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed Ling Jueyun to the platform. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, he took out the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals that he had prepared earlier and scattered them on the platform. Ling Jueyun was slightly taken aback when he saw this. However, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were nothing to him. However, even if 100,000 prominent celestial crystals were nothing to Duan Lingtian, a favor was still a favor to Duan Lingtian. He did this because he did not want to owe Ling Jueyun a favor. In his past life, when he was still on Earth, he had always followed a principle. As long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, he would never owe anyone a favor. A debt of gratitude was the most difficult debt to repay in the world. It's no wonder the Simplicity Celestial sect's records about transporting formations to the Devata realm states that celestial crystals must be laid out on top of the transporting formations. For this reason, one has to use at least prominent celestial crystals. It's impossible to lay out mediocre celestial crystals on top of the transporting formations, let alone primitive celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian looked at the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals that covered almost all of the transporting formations on the platform. He recalled the records he had read in the Simplicity Celestial sect about the transporting formations to the Devata realms. The transporting formations on the platform could only lay out 100,000 celestial crystals at most. For this reason, only prominent celestial crystals and above could be laid out on top of the transporting formations on the platform. If two people are to be transported to the transporting formation, both of them will have to send their divine consciousness into the white liquid when it boils before the transporting formation will be activated. Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he waited for the 100,000 prominent celestial crystals to be shrouded in a layer of white mist before they turned into white liquid. After the white liquid boiled, he extended his divine consciousness into the white liquid just as Ling Jueyun had instructed. Jade Emperor Heaven, Fair Heaven Territory, Yin Mountain Mansion, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything. However, when he thought about it, he could not help but feel excited. Based on what he knew, there were many people in the Jade Emperor Heaven whom he was familiar with when he was on Earth in his past life. For example, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong, True Lord Erlang, Yang Jin, the Third Prince, Neza, and many others. There were many legendary figures as well. However, with my current strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to meet them. The weakest among them is at least a celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If he was a celestial emperor expert in the Jade Emperor Heaven, he might have a chance to meet the people he was familiar with in his previous life. However, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to meet them. That's right. Fair Heaven Territory? Fair Heaven? If I'm not mistaken, Sun Wukong's sworn brother, the Bull Demon King, is known as the Great Saint of Fair Heaven. Is it possible that the Fair Heaven Territory is related to him? Duan Lingtian was still thinking about this when the white light that rose from his feet shrouded him. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun left the spirit overarching heaven through the transporting formation to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Near the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, an intelligence agent from the Blood Skull Gang crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent the message back to the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the profound Nether Mansion, didn't return to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. This was the message the intelligence agent from the Blood Skull Gang sent back. When the intelligence agent from the Blood Skull Gang received the message, he immediately relayed the message to the person in charge of the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Currently, the person in charge of the mission had changed a few times. In the end, Qin Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, was in charge. Where did that brat get such a difficult mission? Since he knows the Blood Skull Gang wants to kill him, it's only natural for him to hide as far as he can after leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It'll be difficult for us to find and kill him. Qin Yuanshan was a well-built middle-aged man. He had a resolute expression on his face, and he exuded a dignified aura. Chunli was his only son. Chapter 3084. The Southern Heaven Territory did not belong to any Grade 6 celestial mansions. In the front yard of a luxurious mansion in a huge city that occupied a vast area, a young man in embroidered clothes was sitting at a table and tasting fragrant tea. The teacup in his hand suddenly stopped, and his face turned gloomy. Chunli, what's wrong? Another young man sitting across the table looked at the young man dressed in embroidered robes with a puzzled expression. The young man was dressed in a long white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. His bearing was extraordinary, and there was a smile on his face. Do you remember the genius disciple from the profound Nether Mansion Simplicity Celestial Sect, whom I mentioned to you before? The young man dressed in embroidered robes was none other than Chen, the illegitimate son of Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Yes. The white-clad young man nodded. What's wrong? Up until now, we still haven't completed the mission, Chunli said in a deep voice. What? The white-clad young man's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of the Blood Skull Gang's strength. However, up until now, they had yet to kill an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Does he have some life-saving technique? The white-clad young man asked. Initially, he did have some life-saving technique. It's confirmed that it's a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. With the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he managed to kill the first one basic celestial king that the Blood Skull Gang sent out. Chun-Li said. The consumable royal-grade celestial weapon allowed him to possess a cultivation base and divine consciousness that's comparable to a one basic celestial lord. Although his comprehension of the profundities of a law is mediocre, it shouldn't be difficult for him to kill a one basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. The white-clad young man nodded. Then, he asked, after the first one basic celestial king died, the Blood Skull Gang must have sent a stronger assassin, right? As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, the Blood Skull would either not accept a mission, or they would not give up until they killed their target unless they could not complete the mission. The white-clad young man was well aware of this. The second assassin that the Blood Skull Gang sent out was a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Wind. Chun-Li said, the 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Wind. With such strength, I'm afraid only 1 or 2 people from the Simplicity Celestial sect in the Profound Nether Mansion would be a match for him, right? The white-robed youth asked in surprise, did he fail as well? Not only did he fail, but he also died in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, just like the one basic celestial king earlier. Chun-Li's expression darkened. Even a 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Wind died? The white-robed young man's expression changed again. Could it be that the expert of the target sect has made a move? I don't know. Before that person died, he didn't send back any information, so we don't know who did it. After that, the Blood Skull Gang sent out a third assassin, a 9 Palaces celestial king, a 9 Palaces immortal king assassin. The white-clad young man raised an eyebrow. A 9 Palaces celestial king is capable of wiping out grade 7 forces in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory, as long as they don't openly make an enemy of the Profound Nether Mansion. I don't think there's anything wrong with him, right? In his opinion, sending a 9 Palaces celestial king to deal with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Although he didn't die, the target managed to escape right under his nose. Chun-Li's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. What happened? The white-robed young man frowned. That damn sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect gave the target a wind shadow escape talisman that the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion had given him. Apart from the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, the wind shadow escape talisman also contains the Law of Wind's gale profundity and the Law of Wind's wind style profundity. The gale profundity and the wind style profundity are both at the initial stage. Chun-Li said through gritted teeth, the gale profundity and the wind style profundity are both at the initial stage. With the help of the wind shadow escape talisman, the target managed to escape from the 9 Palaces celestial king of the Blood Skull Gang. The 9 Palaces celestial king had no choice but to return empty-handed. Chun-Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. Since the target had managed to escape from the Blood Skull Gang's assassins, the pressure on him was mounting. If it were not for his father's support, the high-ranking officials of the Blood Skull Gang would have long sought revenge on him. A wind shadow escape talisman that contains the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord and the Law of Wind's gale profundity and the Law of Wind's wind style profundity to the initial stage? The white-robed young man's eyes flashed as he said indifferently, with such a celestial talisman, even a 10 Directions celestial king in the Blood Skull Gang can only watch as the target escapes, let alone a 9 Palaces celestial king. I didn't expect the sect leader of a grade 7 sect to possess such a wind shadow escape talisman. It seems like the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion values him a lot. The white-robed young man said, no matter how much the mansion master values him, he can't compare to you. At this moment, Chun-Li seemed to have recalled something. He looked at the white-robed young man and asked, by the way, the selection for the true disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect is about to begin, right? Are you confident you'll be selected as a true disciple? I'm 100% confident. The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes as a confident expression appeared on his handsome face. Congratulations. A rare smile appeared on Chun-Li's face. Although his face was ugly, his smile was uglier than crying. His friend was a core disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven territory. Moreover, he was one of the top core disciples. If his friend managed to become a true disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, his friend would be the youngest true disciple in the history of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. After all, there were only 3 true disciples in the Tao Scholar Profound Nether sect. The number of true disciples in ordinary sects could not be compared to them. You lost your composure just now. You must have received someone's message, right? The white-robed young man asked as he looked at Chun-Li. It's from my father. Chun-Li sighed. He just sent me a message saying that the target has gone to the Jade Emperor Heaven through a transporting formation in Axe Mountain City in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory 3 days ago. As for the location of the Jade Emperor Heaven, only the target and his companions know. Naturally, if the Profound Nether Mansion is willing to cooperate with us, we can send a formation master to Axe Mountain City to check his whereabouts through the transporting formation in the Devata realm. It won't be difficult for us to find out where he is in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the problem is the Profound Nether Mansion won't cooperate with us, Chun-Li said in a low voice. A hint of reluctance could be heard in his voice. The Profound Nether Mansion? The white-robed young man raised an eyebrow when he heard Chun-Li's words. Perhaps I can help you with this. Chun-Li instinctively looked at the white-robed young man when he heard the white-robed young man's words. I have a junior brother who's from the Profound Nether Mansion. I heard from him that his father is the Vice Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, it's impossible for him to help you kill the genius disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, it shouldn't be difficult for him to investigate the transporting formation in the Devata realms. Naturally, you have to keep your identities a secret. You can't let them know that you're investigating the transporting formation to kill the genius disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, the white-robed young man said in one breath. Upon hearing the white-robed young man's words, Chun-Li's eyes lit up immediately. Then, he looked at the white-robed young man solemnly and said, Brother Ruyu, I'll owe you a huge favor if this works. There's no need for thanks between us. The white-robed young man smiled faintly. At some point, he had unfolded the fan in his hand and was fanning it slowly. It looked like an ordinary fan, but if one were to look closely, one would be able to see traces of faint green flowing light pulsating around the fan. It was as if there were many small green snakes swinging their bodies. After a while, the white-robed young man took out a communication celestial talisman and crushed it. Meanwhile, in the Tao Scholar Profound Sect's estate, a young man who was cultivating received a message from the white-robed young man. Senior brother Yin Ruyu? The young man's expression stiffened when he heard the message. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect Yin Ruyu would take the initiative to contact him and ask for his help. Yin Ruyu was the last disciple of the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. He was also the strongest core disciple in the Tao Scholar Profound sect in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, he would soon become one of the 3 true disciples of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. He had to look up to someone like Yin Ruyu. Senior brother Yin Ruyu, what do you need me to do for you? As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help you. The young man replied through voice transmission. There's no need for you to do anything for me. Yin Ruyu said indifferently, I remember you told someone that your father is the Vice Mansion Master of the Grade 6 Profound Nether Mansion, right? That's right. The young man replied, I want you to ask your father for help. I want my friend's formation master to investigate a transporting formation in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. Are you willing to help me with this? Yen Ruyu asked. Investigate a transporting formation in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory? The young man frowned slightly. Then, he asked respectfully, Senior brother Yen Ruyu, may I know who your friend's family is looking for? The purpose of investigating the transportation formation was, naturally, to find out where the person who used the transportation formation had gone. Chapter 3085. A disciple of my friend's family has committed a serious crime and has escaped from the family. They want to capture him. Yin Ruyu had prepared this excuse beforehand. I see. The young man came to a sudden understanding and immediately agreed. Senior brother Yin Ruyu, I'll immediately send a message to my father. I'll definitely handle this matter properly for you. Thank you. Feel free to look for me if you need anything in the future, Yin Ruyu said. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard Yin Ruyu's words. His breathing quickened slightly. In the past, before he joined the Tao Scholar Profound sect, he was considered a genius in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, after joining the Tao Scholar Profound sect, there were many geniuses like him, and many of them were even more outstanding than him. Among them, the most outstanding one was Yin Ruyu, the last disciple of the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Not only was Yin Ruyu monstrously talented, but he also had a powerful background. It was his dream to build a good relationship with Yin Ruyu. It was impossible for him to do Yin Ruyu a favor. For this reason, he had already made up his mind. Even if Yin Ruyu's request was difficult, he would do his best to convince his father to help Yin Ruyu's friend investigate the transportation formation in the Devata realm. Moreover, he had already promised Yin Ruyu that there was no turning back. Father. The young man took a deep breath before he contacted his father, one of the 3 vice mansion masters of the Profound Nether Mansion. Yin what's the matter? The young man's father, Li Lin Yi, one of the vice mansion masters of the Profound Nether Mansion, replied immediately. Although Li Lin Yi had several sons, his son's innate talent and comprehension ability were the highest. Although this son was the youngest among his sons, he was the most orderly. His cultivation had already surpassed all of his other sons. Moreover, Li Lin Yi had joined the Tao Scholar Profound sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. Currently, he was a core disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. If Li Lin Yi was given more time, he might even become a high-ranking official in the Tao Scholar Profound sect. At that time, as long as the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion returned to the clan that ruled the Profound Nether Mansion, the new mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion would have an advantage. The other 2 vice mansion masters would not be able to compete with him at all. It was for this reason that he was very kind to this son of his, like a loving father, and was not at all as severe as he was to his other sons. Father. Li Yin went straight to the point and told Li Lin Yi everything that had happened. He even emphasized Yin Ruyu's position in the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Among all the people in the Tao Scholar Profound sect, Yin Ruyu had the highest chance of becoming the next sect leader. The next sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect? After hearing his son's message, Li Lin Yi's heart could not help but tremble violently. The Tao Scholar Profound sect was a 5th grade sect. Although it was only 1 grade higher than the Profound Nether Mansion, a grade 6 celestial mansion, there was a huge gap between them. For example, the clan that ruled the Profound Nether Mansion was one of the top clans in the Southern Territory. The Profound Nether Mansion was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also a 5th grade clan, and its status in the Southern Heaven Territory was on par with the Tao Scholar Profound sect. However, in terms of strength, the Profound Nether Mansion was slightly weaker than the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Even the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion would only be an inner elder of the Profound Nether Mansion after his term in the Profound Nether Mansion ended, let alone Li Yin, a vice mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Although there were not as many inner elders as outer elders in the Profound Nether Mansion, there were still quite a number of them. Their status in the Profound Nether Mansion was only average. This matter is a little tricky. If the 2 vice mansion masters find out about this, they'll definitely use this matter to suppress me in front of the Lord Mansion Master. However, it's worth the risk if I can befriend someone like Yin Ruyu. Li Lin Yi quickly gave his son a reply after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Li Lin Yi was a person with no background. Naturally, he knew when to give and take since he was able to get to where he was today. He knew very well that Yin Ruyu was not an ordinary person. If it were not for the fact that he needed Li Lin Yi's help, Li Lin Yi would not have been able to befriend someone like Yin Ruyu. Thank you, father. Li Yin was pleasantly surprised when he heard his father's straightforward reply. He thought he would have to spend a lot of effort persuading his father. Yin tell your senior brother Yin Ruyu to tell his friend's family to come and look for me, Li Lin Yi said. Yes, father. Li Yin replied before he sent a message to Yin Ruyu. Senior brother Yin Ruyu, it's done. My father said to tell your friend's family to come and look for him in the Profound Nether Mansion. My father is Li Lin Yi. He's one of the 3 vice mansion masters of the Profound Nether Mansion. Li Yin paused for a moment before he added, "All right, thank you." Yen Ruyu replied, "Senior brother Yin, you're welcome. It's my honor to be able to help you." Li Yin said, "No matter what, I owe you a huge favor." After sending another message, Yen Ruyu looked at Chun-Li and said with a faint smile on his face, "It's done. Tell your father to send someone to the profound Nether Mansion to look for Vice Mansion Master Li Lin Yi, so he can investigate the transporting formation in the Devata realm. We'll be able to find out where the target went." Chun-Li's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly crushed a communication celestial talisman and relayed the news to his father, Chun Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. That little brat must have accumulated a lot of good fortune to be able to befriend someone like young Master Yen Ruyu. Chen Yuan Shan sighed when he heard Chun Yuan Shan's words. When Chen Yuan Shan received Chun-Li's message and found out from Chun-Li that it was Yen Ruyu who helped him, he couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, he knew about the friendship between his illegitimate son and Yen Ruyu. They had known each other since they were young. It was a pure friendship that did not involve any benefits. However, unlike his illegitimate son, Yen Ruyu's innate talent and comprehension ability had been discovered at a young age. Eventually, Yen Ruyu had joined the Tao Scholar Profound sect and was accepted as his last disciple by the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. However, despite his current status, Yen Ruyu had never forgotten his childhood playmate, Chun-Li. He would often look for Chun-Li. In fact, Yen Ruyu had even personally visited his father to ask him to compensate Chun-Li, otherwise, he would not let Chun-Li off the hook. Of course, he didn't tell Chun-Li about this, so Chun-Li didn't know. The Jade Emperor Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. It was the closest Devata realm to Yin Huang realm, the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's hometown, Earth, was located. When Duan Lingtian ascended, he should have ascended to this Devata realm. However, due to the turbulence in the realm of gods that occurred once every 10,000 years, the spatial energy in the spatial tunnel was disrupted. As a result, Duan Lingtian ascended to another Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven. With our speed, it'll take us at least half a month to reach the wind-resistant city. Do we have enough time? Somewhere in Yin Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven, 3 people were flying side by side in the sky. One of them was asking the other person next to him. "We agreed to meet at the wind-resistant city 2 months after we arrived in the Jade Emperor Heaven. We still have plenty of time." The person who was asked the question replied, "We came all the way here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. We even spent a lot of celestial crystals to teleport here from the spirit overarching heaven. If I find out that person lied to me, I won't let him off the hook." The last person said in a deep voice, "You won't let him off the hook? Why do I seem to remember that you seem to have fought with him before and lost to him?" The person who spoke first said mockingly as he looked at the last person, "Humph, I lost to him because I was careless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to him since our cultivation bases are on par with each other." The last person scoffed and said indignantly. Based on the conversation between the 3 people, it was clear they had also teleported from the spirit overarching heaven to Yin Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. They had also received an invitation to come here. Although the 3 of them were only slightly over 100 years old, they were already peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law. The wind-resistant city was the place where they had agreed to meet up with the person who told them there was a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor in Yin Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. At the same time, 2 figures could be seen flying in the sky in another direction of the wind-resistant city. Among them, the young man in purple had a handsome face. Although his face was slightly tense, his gentle gaze gave people a very comfortable feeling. As for the other young man in gray, he had a cold expression on his face. His cold gaze made him seem as if he was constantly emitting an aura that kept people thousands of miles away. These 2 people were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, who had teleported from the spirit overarching heaven to the Jade Emperor Heaven through the transporting formation. The wind-resistant city should be up ahead. At this moment, a small black dot appeared in front of them. It grew larger in just a blink of an eye, revealing the outline of a city. It seems like we've arrived a month early. That's good as well. We can familiarize ourselves with the environment of the wind-resistant city and see how many people the reincarnated celestial emperor has invited. Ling Juiyan said. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His interest in the secret realm where the reincarnated celestial emperor had planted the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree grew. Chapter 3086. The wind-resistant city was a city under the Yin Mountain Mansion. Its status in the Yin Mountain Mansion was similar to the status in the profound Nether Mansion. There were also transporting formations in the wind-resistant city that connected to the other 80 Devata realms from the Jade Emperor Heaven. These transporting formations were inscribed by the Yin Mountain Mansion's formation masters. It would cost 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to use them. The scale of the wind-resistant city was similar to that of Axe Mountain City. When Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juiyun entered wind-resistant city, they could see the endless stream of people entering and leaving the city. The city was bustling with noise and excitement. There's still more than a month to go. Let's look for an inn to stay in. Since the wind-resistant city is a city under the Yin Mountain Mansion, there should be an inn under the profound Nether Mansion like the above Cloud Pavilion in Axe Mountain City. Ling Juiyun suggested. Duan Ling Tian nodded in agreement. Soon after, the duo found an inn under the Yin Mountain Mansion in the wind-resistant city. Although the rooms in the inn were not as high as the above Cloud Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion's above Cloud Pavilion, the treatment was no different from the other rooms in the above Cloud Pavilion. The treatment of the best rooms in the above Cloud Pavilion was similar to the treatment of the best rooms in the above Cloud Pavilion. Unlike the best rooms in the above Cloud Pavilion that could accommodate 2 people at most, the best rooms in the inn under the Yin Mountain Mansion, the enchantment pavilion could accommodate up to 3 people at most. After checking in, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juiyan stayed in their respective rooms to comprehend the profundities of the law as they waited for the arrival of the reincarnated celestial emperor. A few days after Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juiyan stayed in the first attainment pavilion, a travel-worn female guest arrived at another courtyard near their courtyard. She looked like she had traveled a long way. If Duan Ling Tian was not in the room but in the courtyard, he would definitely be able to see this female guest and recognize her. The female guest was none other than Murong Xiao Xiao, who was ranked in the top 3 along with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juiyun in the profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Murong Xiao Xiao was a genius from the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. She was from the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven territory of the spirit overarching Spirit Heaven. Unlike Duan Ling Tian Mansion's lower realm of the Upper Cloud Pavilion, Murong Xiao 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 City. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juiyun were not the only ones who were unaware of the arrival of another acquaintance from the profound Nether Mansion. Even Murong Xiao Xiao was unaware that 2 acquaintances from the profound Nether Mansion had moved into the Unison Pavilion a few days earlier than her. The enchantment Pavilion was the best inn in wind-resistant city. Anyone with extraordinary strength or background would stay here. Before Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juiyun, and Murong Xiao Xiao had stayed in the enchantment Pavilion, many other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the spirit overarching heaven and other Devata realms had stayed in the enchantment Pavilion as well. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juiyun, and Murong Xiao Xiao, had been invited to the enchantment Pavilion. They had come for the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. In the room, Duan Ling Tian was fully immersed in comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity. With the help of the chaos divine flame, his speed of comprehending the explosion profundity was extremely fast. He had a feeling he would be able to comprehend the explosion profundity at any time. About half a month later, Duan Ling Tian felt like he was about to comprehend the explosion profundity at any moment, but he was still unable to do so. Senior Chaos Divine Flame. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame. He really wanted to know what was going on. After comprehending the seizing profundity and burning profundity of the laws of fire, you already have a deep understanding of the laws of fire and some preconceived notions. Now that you've comprehended the explosion profundity, there will more or less be some conflict. Since you're feeling this way, it means you've reached a bottleneck in comprehending the explosion profundity. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why he had reached a bottleneck in comprehending the explosion profundity. As it turned out, it was because he had comprehended the plundering profundity and the burning profundity. I've just comprehended the fourth law of fire's profundity, and I've already reached a bottleneck. Won't it be even harder for me to break through the bottleneck when I try to comprehend the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth profundities from the law of fire in the future? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. Of course. The Chaos Divine Flame said, it's not difficult to comprehend the first few profundities of any law. However, it's extremely difficult to comprehend more than 5 profundities. Comprehending all 9 profundities of a law is even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. For someone with average comprehension ability, no matter how much time they have or how good the environment is, it's still very difficult for them to comprehend all 9 profundities of a law. The Chaos Divine Flame continued to explain. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Although he had heard the Chaos Divine Flame's last sentence, he did not have a deep understanding of it. However, after listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation, he had a deeper understanding. The more profundities one comprehended, the more difficult it would be to comprehend the rest of the profundities. Next, if you don't need to cultivate, you can try to comprehend another profundity from the law of fire. There are many people who have comprehended another profundity from the law of fire when they encounter similar bottlenecks. They'll be able to break through the bottleneck of that profundity. The Chaos Divine Flame finally gave Duan Lingtian a suggestion. It told Duan Lingtian to put the explosion profundity aside for now and try to comprehend other profundities from the law of fire. Perhaps he might be able to break through the bottleneck by comprehending other profundities from the law of fire. You can do that? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He quickly accepted the Chaos Divine Flame's suggestion. Senior, I have 2 fire-type king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. You can comprehend the blazing sun profundity from the law of fire. As for the other fire-type king-grade divine ability, you can comprehend the fire elemental profundity from the law of fire. The fire elemental profundity seems to be more useless. Should I comprehend the blazing sun profundity first? Although Duan Lingtian had made up his mind, he still asked the Chaos Divine Flame about it. Even if he comprehended the fire elemental profundity to the rudimentary stage, it was still useless. He could only use it in a fiery environment. Only when he comprehended it to the mastery stage would he be able to use it in a fiery environment. All right, comprehend the blazing sun profundity first. The Chaos Divine Flame gave Duan Lingtian an affirmative answer. Wait a minute. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened slightly as he asked the Chaos Divine Flame, Senior, the fire elemental profundity? The fire elemental profundity from the law of fire is similar to the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth. The wind elemental profundity from the law of wind should be similar to the fire elemental profundity from the law of fire and the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth, right? The fire elemental profundity from the law of fire and the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth have restrictions on the usage of the fire elemental profundity from the law of wind, right? If that's the case, why was I able to unleash the speed of the wind elemental profundity from the wind elemental profundity to the initial stage when I used the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. Earlier, he had recalled the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had given him. Previously, due to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, the Gale Profundity, and the wind elemental profundity from the law of wind to the initial stage, he was able to escape from the 9 Palaces Celestial King Assassin from the Bloodskull Gang. When he used the Celestial Talisman, he could clearly sense the speed of the celestial origin energy from the Gale Profundity and the wind elemental profundity. The wind elemental profundity's speed was not inferior to the celestial origin energy's speed. However, the wind travel profundity contained in the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was only at the initial stage of the wind travel profundity. Under such circumstances, shouldn't it be similar to the fire elemental profundity from the law of fire and the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth? Before you ask this question, have you thought about the environment you were in after you used the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman? The Chaos Divine Flame asked, "Don't tell me you used it in a windless environment?" A windless environment? Duan Ling Tian pondered the Chaos Divine Flame's question for a moment before realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Although the wind-walking profundity has its limitations, it's still possible to use the wind-walking profundity most of the time due to the presence of wind. If it's in a windless environment, the wind elemental profundity won't be of any use unless it's at the mastery stage. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. As long as it was not in a completely sealed space, there would still be wind. Even if it seemed like there was no wind, there would still be a breeze in the air. It was just that the wind was too weak to stimulate one's senses. Those who comprehend the law of wind are really lucky. For those of us who comprehend the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity is useless before we reach the mastery stage. However, even if the wind elemental profundity is only at the rudimentary stage, it can still increase their speed. After all, there's always wind in an environment. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. At this moment, he could not help but feel envious of those who comprehended the law of wind. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Duan Ling Tian focused on comprehending the law of fire's blazing sun profundity with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame. Chapter 3087. It's time. Duan Ling Tian asked as he walked out of the room and looked at Ling Jueyun, who was standing in the courtyard.
Yes.
Ling Jueyun nodded and said, "Earlier, he sent me a message and asked us to meet at the mountain range 130,000 miles south of wind-resistant city. There's a mountain there that looks like a giant wolf howling at the sky. He wants us to meet at the peak of that mountain. If you don't get there in time before nightfall, you'll be deemed to have given up on entering the secret realm." Those were his exact words. Ling Jueyun finished his sentence. "In that case, let's head there now," Duan Ling Tian said. "All right." Ling Jueyun nodded. Then, he left the courtyard with Duan Ling Tian. However, as soon as they left the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun heard someone calling out to them. "Duan Ling Tian? Ling Jueyun?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard the voice. There was actually someone here who knew him? Moreover, she knew Ling Jueyun? Based on the voice, it seemed like it belonged to a woman. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun turned to look at the source of the voice. A hint of surprise could be seen on the beautiful woman's face as she looked at them. Murong Xiao Xiao? Although it had been almost 10 years, Duan Ling Tian recognized the woman immediately. She was none other than Murong Xiao Xiao, the genius disciple from the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the Profound Nether Mansion's territory. Previously, when the Profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao Xiao were ranked in the top 3. For this reason, Murong Xiao Xiao had left a deep impression on him. It seems like Murong Xiao Xiao has also received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response. The reason Murong Xiao Xiao appeared here at this time was self-evident. She must have received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor, just like the two of them. "Let's go. If it's possible, don't get involved with her. I don't want to bring a burden with me." Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he left. Duan Ling Tian followed closely behind. Duan Ling Jueyun was speechless. What did Ling Jueyun's gaze mean? Did Duan Ling Jueyun really thought he would get involved with Murong Xiao Xiao for no reason? Although Murong Xiao Xiao was quite beautiful, she was still inferior to his wives, Ke and Li Fei, let alone Huan whom he had met in the spirit overarching heaven. These two fellows. Murong Xiao Xiao murmured inwardly. She was slightly annoyed when she saw the duo had no intention of responding to her, even though she had taken the initiative to greet them. Under normal circumstances, with her pride and self-esteem, she would not have bothered with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. However, this time, she had left the spirit overarching heaven and came to the Jade Emperor heaven alone. Moreover, she was going to explore the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. If she could maintain a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun, her safety would undoubtedly be guaranteed. For this reason, she thickened her skin and followed Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyun. When did the two of you arrive? Since the two of you are here at this time, you must have received an invitation as well, right? Since the two of you are heading south as well, it seems like our destination is the same. Why don't the three of us work together after we enter the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Naturally, there's no need for the three of you to split the loot equally with me. We'll split the loot into 5 portions. Each of you will take 2 portions, and I'll take 1. What do you think? Murong Xiao had been following Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan from the moment they left the inn until they left wind-resistant city. Based on her words, it seemed like she wanted to join the two of them in exploring the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. In order to show her sincerity, she directly stated that she only wanted 20% of the loot she obtained from the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. In her opinion, since she had made such a big concession, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan would definitely agree to her joining them. After all, she was not weak. If she joined forces with them, she would be able to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. However, Murong Xiao did not expect this. Even after she had made such a big concession, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan still continued on their way. They did not even turn around, let alone agree to her suggestion. Murong Xiao's expression turned unsightly, and a hint of grievance could be seen in her eyes. As the prodigy of the Murong clan, when had she, Murong Xiao, ever felt so wronged? Apart from us, there seem to be many people who came out of the inn and are heading south. It seems like they've also received an invitation from the reincarnated celestial emperor. Ling Jueyan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. However, apart from Murong Xiao, I don't see any familiar faces. It seems like the reincarnated celestial emperor has only invited the three of us from the profound nether mansion's territory in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Only the three of us are invited. Upon hearing Ling Jueyan's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian purposely glanced at the people walking in front of him. Then, he turned around to look again. Indeed, apart from Murong Xiao, he did not see any familiar faces among the thousands of people walking in front of him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew some of these people were not here because of the reincarnated celestial emperor's invitation. Apart from the south, there were also many people in the other 3 directions of the wind-resistant city. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After flying 70 to 80,000 kilometers to the south, there were only about 2,000 of them left. After flying for another 10,000 kilometers, there were only about 1,000 of them left. That person's meeting place should be the mountain range in front of us. After flying above a vast desert for a while and passing through a flat plain, Duan Lingtian saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. However, due to the distance, he couldn't clearly see the outlines of the mountain peaks in the continuous mountain range. It's about the same distance. It should be that mountain range. Ling Jueyan nodded. When Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian saw the mountain range in front of them, Murong Xiao and the others had also noticed it. Many people sped up and flew toward the mountain range as though there was a fight for something there. Duan Lingtian traveled at a leisurely pace while Murong Xiao followed behind them. She did not speak to them shamelessly since she could not bring herself to do so. Previously, when she tried to talk to Duan Lingtian, it was as though she was trying to get the cold shoulder from Duan Lingtian. However, she did not receive any response from them. Under such circumstances, she could no longer be thick-skinned and continue to speak. At this moment, she had completely dismissed the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. After all, she could see Duan Lingtian had no intention of joining forces with her. Otherwise, they would not have rejected her when she had made such a huge concession. If that person only came to the two of us and Murong Xiao in the profound nether mansion's territory in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, how many places would he have to go to gather so many people? Moreover, I'm afraid these people are only a small portion of the people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was almost certain these people had received the same invitation as Ling Jueyan and Duan Lingtian.
Yes.
Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Ling Jueyan nodded and replied through voice transmission. Moreover, based on how he chose the 3 of us in the profound nether mansion's territory, I'm afraid these people are all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability. Didn't you say he only needed to find a group of relatively strong peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree? If that's the case, why would he need to find peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Perhaps the probability of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit being harvested is higher? Ling Jueyun's eyes glinted as he made a bold guess. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? There might not be any peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who are stronger than the three of us in the profound nether mansion, but there are many who are slightly weaker than Morong Xiao Xiao. However, he didn't choose any of them. So far, this is just a guess. Perhaps there are other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion, but none of them are here. So far, we've only met Morong Xiao Xiao? Duan Lingtian said. Perhaps. Let's see if we can see any other familiar faces among the group of people gathered at the peak of that mountain before the sky turns dark. If we don't meet any familiar faces, then my guess might be right. Ling Juyan said. If it's true, then it's a good thing. After all, we're here for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. If the reincarnated celestial emperor had only looked for him, Ling Juyan, and Murong Xiao Xiao in the profound nether mansion, and he had followed the same criteria in other places as well, there must be a reason the reincarnated celestial emperor had done this. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble to look for them? If that's the case, Ling Jueyun's guess might be right. Sacrificing peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability can increase the probability of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit being harvested. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 3088. Hearing Ling Jueyun's voice, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and realized that he and Ling Jueyan had arrived above a mountain range. At the same time, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. This towering mountain sat among the other mountains, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Most importantly, at first glance, this towering mountain looked like a strong wolf sitting there. It raised its head, opened its mouth, and revealed its sharp fangs. It looked arrogantly at the sky, as if it was howling at the heavens. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could see that the figures in front of him and Ling Jueyun had all stepped on the air and landed on the peak of the mountain that looked like a giant wolf howling at the heavens. The peak of the mountain was also the head of the giant wolf. Although it didn't look big from afar, once closer, one could see that it was extremely spacious. Even if tens of thousands of people were to stand on it, there would be more than enough space to spare. Let's go. Ling Jueyun called out to Duan Lingtian, then stepped on the air and landed on the peak of the mountain that looked like a giant wolf howling at the heavens. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved and followed Ling Jueyun, landing on the peak of the mountain with Ling Jueyun. The peak of the mountain was different from the weeds that grew on the mountainside. The ground was flat and smooth like a mirror, as if it had been cut by a knife. Of course, there were still many places that were littered with gravel. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun landed on the peak of the mountain, there were already thousands of people standing there. A small portion of them were originally in front of Duan Lingtian. As for the others, they had obviously arrived earlier. Whoosh! 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 After Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, a group of people, including Morong Xiao Xiao, who had been walking behind Duan Lingtian, also landed on the peak of the mountain. The number of people on the peak increased rapidly. Moreover, the number of people continued to increase as people continued to land on the peak of the mountain. Brother, are you here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor as well? A handsome young man standing near Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm sure everyone here is here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor, right? Duan Lingtian asked. I think so. The young man smiled awkwardly before he asked, Brother, where are you from? The spirit heaven. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man before he asked, What about you? I'm from the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, just like all of you who came from other Devata realms, I came here through a transporting formation as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it here in time. The young man replied, Brother, I'm Lin Fei Yang. What's your name? The young man asked again. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. Actually, he had already noticed the young man who called himself Lin Fei Yang when he first arrived. From the beginning until the end, he did not see the young man talking to anyone. He did not expect the young man to suddenly talk to him. This made him feel a little baffled. After all, there were at least 5 or 6 people who were closer to Lin Fei Yang than him. However, Lin Fei Yang did not speak to any of them. Boy, there's a second form world-cleansing divine water in Lin Fei Yang's body. However, the second form world-cleansing divine water must be something he was born with, and it hasn't awakened yet. The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Fei Yang's words. World-cleansing divine water? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly. The world-cleansing divine water was one of the 5 divine elements. It was as famous as the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth in his body. Apart from the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth, he had also obtained the clear heavens divine wood. However, since the clear heavens divine wood was only in its first form, it did not possess any intelligence. Even so, it was close to his heart and resonated with the main branch of the divine tree of life in his heart. What do you mean by born with it? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal. Born with it means the world-cleansing divine water was already in his body when he was still in his mother's womb. Based on my investigation, the world-cleansing divine water in his body hasn't awakened yet. The profound divine metal continued to say, however, even if it hasn't awakened yet, he's still affected by the world-cleansing divine water since he was born with it. He can vaguely sense the presence of the other 5 divine elements. For example, he must have taken the initiative to look for you because he can vaguely sense the presence of the 5 divine elements in your body. Perhaps he doesn't know what the 5 divine elements are, but he feels a sense of familiarity with you. The profound divine metal continued to explain. Me? I feel a sense of familiarity with him? After listening to the profound divine metal's explanation, Duan Lingtian's questions were answered. If that was really the case, then it would explain why Lin Fei Yang didn't try to strike up a conversation with anyone else but him. If the world-cleansing divine water in his body is in its second form, why hasn't it awakened yet? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. The profound divine metal continued to explain. The 5 divine elements that are in their second form and above can choose a host. The riskiest method is to find an unborn child to host in. The child's body will change under the influence of the 5 divine elements. Through this, the child will be able to comprehend the law of water. The profound divine metal said, in addition, the world-cleansing divine water can help the fetus open more heavenly meridians. It can also help the fetus build the foundation to communicate with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. At the same time, because of the world-cleansing divine water, the child's comprehension of the law of water is heaven-defying. Given enough time, he'll definitely be able to comprehend all 9 profundities from the law of water. Apart from that, he'll be able to make rapid progress. The profound divine metal paused for a moment before it continued to say, naturally, there's a huge risk to the world-cleansing divine water in his body. If it's targeted by another world-cleansing divine water in his body while he's in his second form, it won't be able to resist at all. It can only be absorbed by the world-cleansing divine water and become its nutrients. After all, lodging in an embryo requires a lot of effort to cultivate the embryo. Under such circumstances, it will fall into a long slumber due to exhaustion, at least 100 years or even longer. However, based on the current situation, the world-cleansing divine water in this boy's body is quite lucky. Up until now, it hasn't encountered another world-cleansing divine water in the second form. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived until now. It's a pity you don't have any world-cleansing divine water in your body. Otherwise, you can kill this boy and take his world-cleansing divine water. A hint of pity could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. It's a pity the world-cleansing divine water in his body hasn't awakened yet. Otherwise, you can persuade it to leave this boy and stay in your body. In that case, you'll have gathered all 5 divine elements. A hint of yearning could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice as it spoke. Lin Fei Yang. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Lin Fei Yang. Lin Fei Yang was taken aback by this. Not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he discovered Lin Fei Yang's cultivation base was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, he was surprised to find out Lin Fei Yang was not even 100 years old, just like him and Ling Juan. Lin Fei Yang frowned slightly when he sensed Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. However, his frown quickly disappeared. Clearly, he did not intend to argue with Duan Lingtian. You've comprehended the law of water? Duan Lingtian asked Lin Fei Yang. He wanted to verify if the profound divine metal's words were true. If Lin Fei Yang was really as the profound divine metal had said, and had a heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water, then the law he comprehended must be the law of water. It was unlikely that he comprehended any other law. How did you know? Lin Fei Yang was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, he didn't recognize a single person here, nor had he fought or seen him fight before. It was basically impossible for anyone to guess that he had comprehended the laws of water out of thin air. How did you know I've comprehended the law of water when you probed me with your divine consciousness? Lin Fei Yang looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He could not figure out how Duan Lingtian could detect a person's comprehension of the law of water with his divine consciousness. Although you're not even 100 years old, you must have comprehended many profundities from the law of water, right? Duan Lingtian asked again as he looked at Lin Fei Yang. When Lin Fei Yang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. It was as though he had seen a ghost. He could not figure out how the purple-clad young man in front of him could accurately guess his secrets. You, don't tell me you know me from before? Lin Fei Yang looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Earlier, there were so many people present, but Duan Lingtian was the only one who gave him a sense of closeness. This was already baffling to him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had accurately guessed his secrets, Lin Fei Yang was even more shocked and suspicious. Could it be that this purple-clothed young man knew him from before? Was that why he already knew about him? This is my first time in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Do you think I know you from before? Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Then, he looked away and stopped talking to Lin Fei Yang. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered more and more people were arriving. Moreover, there were no less than 5,000 people in the surroundings. How many people did the reincarnated Celestial Emperor invite? Chapter 3089. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. The others were shocked as well. So many people? All of them are here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a Celestial Emperor? I don't know why others are here, but I'm here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a Celestial Emperor. Moreover, I purposely used the transportation formation in the Aurora Heaven to come to the Jade Emperor Heaven. I'm from the Aurora Heaven as well. I'm from the Spirit Overarching Heaven. I'm from the Clear Water Heaven. I'm from the Azure Profound Heaven. Although I'm from the Jade Emperor Heaven, I'm located very far away from Yin Mountain Mansion in the Fair Heaven territory. Unless I have a titled Celestial Emperor to bring me there, I can only use a transporting formation in the Devata realms. Many people chimed in and came to a shocking conclusion. They were from the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Aurora Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Clearwater Heaven, and the Azure Profound Heaven. As evening approached, there were more than 8,000 people standing on the mountain peak. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing at a rapid pace. It was as though they would never stop. At the same time, as everyone continued to communicate, they unanimously came to another conclusion. The oldest among them was not more than 200 years old. Most of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended at least two profundities from a law. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 200 years old and has comprehended at least two profundities from a law. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he heard this conclusion. He was certain there were only a handful of people in the profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. My strength is actually not worth mentioning in this group of people, Murong Xiao Xiao thought to herself as she stood at the side. As a prodigy from the profound nether mansion's Murong clan, Murong Xiao Xiao had always been proud of herself. It was not until she met Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun that she realized there was always someone better than her. And now, knowing that the weakest one among the 10,000 people here was like her, who had comprehended two kinds of power Upanishads at less than 200 years old, she was hit hard. She even thought that her achievement wasn't worth mentioning. It seems like I'm right. The reincarnated celestial emperor didn't only find powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but they're also talented peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. As I've said, he must have a reason for doing this. Otherwise, he could have just found 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability. That would have saved him a lot of trouble. It's not easy to gather 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. It would take a lot of effort to find them even in the 5 Devata realms. I don't think he has no ulterior motive for spending so much effort to find 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Perhaps it's just as I've guessed. He's looking for powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Ling Jueyun said in one breath. Apart from that, I can't think of any other reason. If that's the case, it's a good thing for us. After all, with a 10% success rate, we might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit even if we survive. Duan Lingtian nodded. If the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit increases, we'll have a higher chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. All right. Ling Jueyun nodded. His eyes shone brightly as he nodded. Time continued to pass by quietly. The sky was dyed red as the number of people on the mountain dwindled. Even then, there were still more than 10,000 people gathered on the mountain. Similar to Duan Lingtian and the others, the people who arrived later were from the spirit overarching heaven, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Aurora Heaven, the Clearwater Heaven, and the Green Profound Heaven. Naturally, the people from the Jade Emperor Heaven had come from afar through the transportation formations in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Fair Heaven territory. None of them came from the vicinity of the Jade Emperor Heaven. It was clear the person who had gathered the crowd did not send anyone from the vicinity. It was as though he had intentionally avoided this. Is it possible that the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor has an age restriction? A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven speculated. That should be the case. Otherwise, why would that person search for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who aren't even 200 years old? It seems like the secret realm not only restricts one's cultivation base, but it also restricts one's age. Another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the green profound heaven chimed in. More and more people joined in the discussion. They all agreed that this was the truth. Duan Lingtian, don't you think things aren't as simple as they seem? A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The person who had spoken was none other than Lin Feiyang. That person spent so much effort to gather so many people from all over the world, just to get us to enter the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor? If that's the case, there's no need for him to spend so much effort to gather so many people, right? Lin Feiyang asked skeptically. At this moment, Lin Feiyang no longer suspected that Duan Lingtian knew him and knew about him. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's indifferent attitude toward him, it was clear that Duan Lingtian did not have any ulterior motives toward him. Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Feiyang in surprise. He did not know how to respond to Lin Feiyang's question. At this moment, night had already fallen. At this time, The number of people on the mountain peak was maintained at around 11,000 people, and this number would not increase. Why isn't that person here yet? He invited us here, but he's not showing up? What's he up to? Is he going to stand us up? I don't think so. After all, he spent a lot of effort to gather us here. How could he possibly stand us up? Night had fallen, but the person who had invited them here had yet to show up. Many of them began to feel anxious. However, there were still many who remained calm and waited patiently. Have you thought about it? That person spent so much effort and spent so many celestial crystals to gather us here, just to compete with us for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor? At this moment, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the aurora heaven asked. Since his voice contained celestial origin energy, it drowned out the commotion in the surroundings. As soon as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. The people present only found out today that the person who had invited them here had invited more than 10,000 people with similar innate talent, comprehension ability, and strength as them. That's right. Initially, I thought he only invited a few people to explore the secret realm with him. I didn't expect him to find so many people. Who would believe that he didn't have any ulterior motives when he spent so much effort to gather us here? What is he trying to do? More and more people began to regain their senses. They were no longer obsessed with exploring the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts, and it grew stronger and stronger. No, I want to leave. I'm not going to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm anymore. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven shouted with a fearful expression on his face. Then, he rose into the air and flew away from the huge mountain at lightning speed. He was clearly planning to leave this place. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven was about to leave, a translucent light shield appeared above the huge mountain peak. It shrouded the entire mountain peak before it spread to cover the entire mountain peak. Bang! The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven slammed into the translucent light shield, causing ripples to appear on the light shield. However, the light shield did not budge at all. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself, "It seems like I'm right. This is a conspiracy against us." The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven quickly took out his celestial weapon and attacked the light shield with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only cause ripples on the light shield. The light shield sparkled under the moonlight, but it did not show any signs of breaking. This is bad. We're trapped. Damn it. We've been set up. We have to leave this place. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun who remained motionless, the rest of the people on the giant mountain, including Lin Feiyang and Murong Xiao Xiao, were horrified. They flew up into the air, trying to break through the light shield and escape. Many of them even crushed communication celestial talismans to inform others of what had happened. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just as the group of people leaped into the air, wanting to break through the light barrier and leave, bursts of sounds like flowing water rang out. In the next moment, a shocking scene suddenly appeared before everyone. Chapter 3090. At this moment, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven who was attacking the light barrier was suddenly shrouded by a blue energy that extended from the light barrier. It was as though he was shrouded by a pool of water. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the sound of flowing water rang in the air, the blue energy that shrouded the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven began to ripple. Boom. Rumble. A moment later, the horrified peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven was crushed into a puddle of blood by the azure energy. Then, the azure energy swept past him and turned him into a puddle of blood. After the blood water was annihilated, the azure blue energy suddenly swayed and completely dissipated into the air, as if it had never appeared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the spatial ring, offensive celestial weapons, and defensive celestial weapons of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial fell from the sky one after another. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw these items. What a terrifying formation! It's so powerful even though it envelopes the entire mountain. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who knew about formations gasped. Upon seeing the death of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven, the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials no longer dared to leave even though they wanted to. All of them stared at the translucent light barrier as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent light shield gradually faded and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Even though the translucent light barrier seemed to have disappeared, none of them dared to follow the example of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven. After all, they knew the formation was only a temporary concealment. If anyone tried to leave, they would trigger the formation again. This formation, don't tell me the reincarnation of a celestial emperor can control it freely? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun with a slight frown on his face. He sent a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun and said with a frown, if he left such a formation in the secret realm in his past life, how are we going to compete with him for the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to be wary of the energy that erupted from the formation earlier. Don't worry. Compared to Duan Lingtian's fear, Ling Jueyun appeared to be incomparably calm. That power just now relied more on the power that was engraved in the formation that he left behind in his previous life. Although the celestial origin energy has weakened a lot after the baptism of time, it is still comparable to the celestial origin energy of a celestial king. Moreover, with the profundity from the law of water that he had fused with his celestial origin energy in his past life, even if he has the celestial origin energy of a celestial king, it's still not weak. Moreover, with his current strength, he shouldn't be able to control the formation. If the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven didn't attack the formation, he shouldn't have been attacked. That's just the automatic counterattack of the formation. Ling Jueyun came from an ancient clan in the world of divine offering. Although he was not an expert in formations, there was still a saying that went, one who has never eaten pork has seen a pig run. Since he was young, he had been influenced by his elders who were experts in formations. Naturally, he knew a lot about formations. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if the secret realm he set up in his past life really restricts entry to celestial dukes, then even after he reincarnated, he won't be able to use his celestial origin energy that's stronger than a celestial duke in that secret realm. As for the profundities from the law he comprehended in his past life, he can only rely on his celestial origin energy from his past life. Now that he's reincarnated, he won't be able to use them at all. Ling Jueyun continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. If that was the case, the threat would be much smaller. Even so, he'll still be able to control some of the formations in the secret realm. It's just that he won't be able to control the formations he set up in his past life to attack us. For this reason, we can't be careless in the secret realm he set up in his past life. Ling Jueyun's expression turned grim as he said, if I'm not mistaken, the formations he'll be able to control in the secret realm must be illusory formations. As soon as Ling Jueyun's voice rang out, swoosh, swoosh, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an azure blue energy suddenly appeared in the void above the giant peak. This azure blue energy turned into a beam of light in the blink of an eye, standing in the void. It was particularly eye-catching. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, a silhouette appeared within the azure light beam. The shadow quickly solidified and finally turned into a young man with a medium build. This young man was dressed in blue and had an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would not stand out in a crowd. However, his eyes were like limpid autumn water, giving people a gentle feeling. His eyes were perhaps the only thing that attracted people's attention. It's him. He's finally here. He's the one who lured me here. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials narrowed their eyes when they saw the blue-clad young man. Their expressions darkened as well. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials had seen the blue-clad young man before. The blue-clad young man was the one who had invited them here to explore the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. It's him? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lingjuan. He remembered Ling Juyan had seen the person who had invited them here. It's him. Ling Juyun nodded. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blue-clothed young man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaoxiao's expression darkened as she looked at the blue-clad young man. She had also been lured here by the blue-clad young man. Based on the current situation, the blue-clad young man did not seem to have lured them here for the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. He must have other motives. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhanglan. The blue-clad young man smiled as he walked out of the blue beam of light. The beam of light shattered and disappeared as though it was never there. A transportation formation? When the blue-clad young man, Zhanglan, appeared in the blue beam of light, Duan Lingtian had a hunch that Zhanglan must have come here through a transportation formation. Now that the beam of light had disappeared, Duan Lingtian was even more certain of his suspicions. Why did you lure us here? A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the aurora heaven stepped forward and glared at Zhanglan with a grim expression on his face. Didn't I tell you when I invited you here? I invited you here to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. Zhanglan's smile remained unchanged. Is it necessary to invite so many people to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Qing Xian heaven asked in a deep voice, HM? Before Zhanglan could respond to the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from Qing Xiantian, he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. His eyes narrowed into slits as a sinister smile appeared on his face. At this moment, all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak were looking at Zhanglan. When Zhanglan suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials followed his gaze out of curiosity. Duan Lingtian also looked in the direction of Zhanglan's gaze. However, when Duan Lingtian looked into the distance, he saw nothing but silence. He was puzzled. What's Zhanglan looking at? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. It was because in the distant sky, the originally complete expanse of white clouds and mist suddenly seemed to have been split apart by a dozen rapidly flashing saber lights, and then quickly dissipated, revealing the azure blue sky. Someone's here? Although Duan Lingtian did not see anything, it was not difficult for him to guess that someone was here. Based on the speed of the person, it was obvious that the person was not a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial like them. No matter how strong a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was, Duan Lingtian was confident he could track the person's movements. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just when everyone was attracted by the clouds and mist in the distant sky that dispersed, more than 10 ghostly figures appeared successively in the sky above the gigantic peak. Only when they appeared did Duan Lingtian and the others see them clearly. There were old men, old women, middle-aged men, beautiful women, and young men among the dozen ghostly figures. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the first dozen ghostly figures appeared, more and more ghostly figures appeared. The number of ghostly figures continued to increase until there were more than 500 ghostly figures in the sky above the mountain peak. From the moment the first person appeared until the last person appeared, only a dozen breaths had passed. You're Zhanglan, right? A young man dressed in brocade robes stepped out of the crowd and looked at Zhanglan with a sneer on his face. Now that my master is here, it's best if you tell me the truth. Why did you trick me into coming here? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the young man's words. It seemed like one of the powerhouses who had just arrived was the young man's master. As for the remaining people, they were clearly the elders of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Not only did they come to the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory, but they had also brought their elders with them. Your master? Looking at the young man in embroidered clothes who walked out of the crowd and shouted at him, the evil smile on Jiang Lan's face became even more intense. If I remember correctly. Chapter 3091. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun nodded. It was clear Jiang Lan had told Ling Jueyun the same thing as well. As for Ling Jueyun telling him about the immortal Emperor Mystic Realm, it was Jiang Lan who asked Ling Jueyun to pass on the message. That day, you agreed to it, right? Not far away, Jiang Lan stood in the air and took a deep look at the young man in brocade. So what? The young man sneered. Although you're stronger than me, my master is here. What can you do to me? You're just a puny, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. How dare you ask me, Yuan Zhang, to keep my promise? What a joke. It seems like you think I can't do anything to you because your master is here? Jiang Lan took a deep look at the young man in brocade. Yuan Zhang, my master is an 8-trigram celestial king. Do you really think you can do anything to me under the watch of an 8-trigram celestial king? Yuan Zhang sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Jiang Lan. This Yuan Zhang is going to be in trouble, Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian in a voice that only Duan Lingtian could hear. Didn't you say that the formation contains his celestial origin energy from his past life and is no longer as strong as it used to be? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Even so, the formation isn't something a celestial lord can break. Don't forget that he was a celestial emperor in his past life, Ling Jueyun said. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, Jiang Lan raised his head and looked at the hundreds of people in the sky. He pointed at the brocade-robed young man and asked calmly, "Who's his master?" As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in a loose robe stepped forward. He snorted and looked at Jiang Lan mockingly. What? Brat, are you really going to attack my disciple in front of me? 8 trigrams, immortal king. When the middle-aged man stepped forward, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to him. Earlier, Yuan Zhang had said that his master was the 8 trigram celestial king. This middle-aged man was Yuan Zheng's master. I didn't think that so many people would go back on their word and bring their elders here. If I had known earlier, I would have told my teacher about this matter and asked him to come with me. It seems that sometimes it's useless to keep promises. Now, if the elders were here, why would we be in such a passive situation? So many people have brought their elders here. I only hope that this time, we can borrow their strength to leave this place. Many peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials whispered among themselves. They regretted not keeping their promise to Jiang Lan and not bringing their elders along. That's exactly my intention. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the corners of Jiang Lan's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he stared at him. His eyes narrowed as killing intent flashed across them. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he had already made his move. Whoosh! Voila! The sound of rushing water could be heard. An azure light surged around Jiang Lan's body, wrapping around his body like flowing water. It brought him quickly and rushed towards Yuan Zhang. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could react in time. You're seeking death. By the time Yuan Zheng's master, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, was the first to react, Jiang Lan had already arrived in front of Yuan Zhang. His fist whistled through the air, carrying with it an azure energy that was like a roaring water dragon. As soon as the water dragon appeared, Yuan Zhang regained his senses. He hastily activated his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Bursts of earthy yellow light shrouded the silhouette of a suit of armor that had appeared on his body. Clearly, Yuan Zhang had comprehended the law of earth. When Yuan Zheng's attack landed on the armor shadow, the yellow light around the armor shadow condensed into many talisman-like objects. These talisman-like objects were completely condensed from the yellow light, and they revolved around the armor shadow. Tens of thousands of talismans surrounded the silhouette of the armor, forming a peculiar combination. It felt like a defensive formation. At this moment, the The silhouette of the armor that was surrounded by the talismans seemed invincible. It's the defense profundity from the law of earth. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he saw the profundity from the law of earth that Yuan Zheng had hurriedly cast. The defense profundity was one of the main defensive profundities from the law of earth. In terms of defense, it was not inferior to the crystal wall profundity, the other main defensive profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, it was more flexible. It was as though a defensive formation had formed around one's body. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as Zhang Lan's attack landed on the silhouette of the armor that had appeared on Yuan Zheng's body. The impact caused the tens of thousands of earthy yellow talismans around the silhouette of the armor to tremble. However, while the water dragon was weakened, the tens of thousands of talismans around the silhouette of the armor were not destroyed. No matter how brilliant your combat skills are, it's useless if you can't break through my defense. Last time, when we sparred, even though I didn't have the ability to retaliate, you weren't able to break through my defense either. Yuan Zheng, who was protected by the silhouette of the armor, looked at Zhang Lan with a mocking smile. What? Could it be that you think you can break through my defense this time? What a joke. When he saw this, the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man who was about to make a move in the sky did not make a move in the end. He was very confident in his personal disciple's defenses. Zhang Lan was like his personal disciple, who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Even if Zhang Lan had comprehended 3 profundities, he would only be able to injure his disciple for a short period of time. It was impossible for him to kill his disciple in a short period of time. What a strong defense. So this is the defense profundity from the law of earth? The defense profundity is the main defensive profundity from the law of earth. With Yuan Zheng's cultivation base and his defensive king-grade celestial weapon, he can cast the earth elemental profundity and the defense profundity. Even a person who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law won't be able to kill him in a short time with a king-grade celestial weapon. I've fought with Zhang Lan before. He has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. I've also fought with him before. Indeed, he has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. If that's the case, he won't be able to break through Yuan Zheng's defenses, let alone kill him. Many peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestials discussed among themselves. They were amazed by the strength of Yuan Zheng's defenses. At the same time, they mentioned that Zhang Lan had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. 2 profundities from the law of water? A small group of peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials frowned as they looked at Zhang Lan. Didn't Zhang Lan comprehend 3 profundities from the law of water? A moment later, they had another guess. It seems like Zhang Lan had hidden his strength when he fought with them. These peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who knew Zhang Lan had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water were all peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous comprehension abilities. They were not even 200 years old, but they had already comprehended 3 profundities from a law. They had sparred with Zhang Lan before, so they knew Zhang Lan had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water. Of course, without exception, they were all defeated by Zhang Lan. Do you really think this is all I've got? Just as everyone's attention was on Zhang Lan and Yuan Zheng. And Yuan Zheng was looking at Zhang Lan with disdain. Zhang Lan's expression was still calm. He took a deep look at Yuan Zheng, and the evil smile on his face became even more brilliant. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Zhang Lan was concealing his strength? You're just bluffing, Yuan Zheng snorted. His tone was full of disdain, but at the same time, he became even more vigilant. The yellow talismans around the shadow armor on his body moved faster and faster, protecting his entire body as if they were airtight. Swoosh! A willow leaf saber appeared in Zhang Lan's hand out of thin air. With a light swing of the willow leaf saber, it swept through the void, bringing with it an azure energy that shot straight towards Yuan Zheng. Swoosh! The roaring azure energy once again transformed into a water dragon. Buzz! 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 As the water dragon shot out, Zhang Lan's lancet moved swiftly. In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Lan had left more than 100 slashes on the water dragon's body. After being slashed more than 100 times, the water dragon turned into hundreds of water splashes in the air. Water splashed everywhere. In the next moment, the water droplets condensed into water droplets in the air. Following that, the countless water droplets rained down on Yuanzhang like a torrential storm. When the countless water droplets rushed towards Yuanzhang like a storm, the lancet was covered with a layer of blue light. It caught up with the water droplets behind the water droplets and cut through them one by one. Moreover, every cut of the blade cut the water droplets into two. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the process of the lancet cutting the water droplets, the azure light on it grew even more intense. In the end, it was as if this resplendent saber was the only thing left in the world. The saber force was formed, intimidating all directions. Stop! Just as Zhang Lan's saber force had completely condensed and the stunning saber slashed toward Yuanzhang, giving off the feeling that this saber strike could easily kill Yuanzhang. Yuanzhang's master, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, finally made his move after shouting, "Boom, boom, 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 boom." The 8 trigrams Immortal King attacked like a bolt of lightning. However, in midair, he was blocked by the array formation that appeared again. The translucent light barrier was as solid as a rock. Even the 8 trigrams Immortal King was unable to break it. This array formation. What kind of array formation is this? Chapter 3092. When Yuanzhang's master made his move, Zhang Lan's saber had already arrived in front of Yuanzhang. Whiz! The saber seemed to be able to tear the void apart as it emitted a dazzling blue light. However, when the saber came into contact with Yuanzhang's armor, it seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe as it sliced through the armor. At this moment, the talismans that were entwined around the shadow of the armor were directly cut into pieces as if they were made of paper. No! Yuanzhang, who had been brimming with confidence, cried out in despair as soon as his defenses were destroyed. It was a heart-wrenching cry that was filled with despair. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Yuanzhang's body was sliced into two. The dazzling saber had killed Yuanzhang in just a blink of an eye. Gasp! 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 Gasps rang in the air as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at Zhang Lan as though they had seen a ghost. Barf! Meanwhile, the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man, Yuanzhang's master, who was attacking the formation that shrouded the huge mountain, was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His body swayed unsteadily as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who are you?" The luxuriously dressed middle-aged man trembled as he looked down at Zhang Lan with a fearful expression on his pale face. If he still could not tell Zhang Lan was not a simple person, he would have lived in vain for so many years. When Zhang Lan killed his direct disciple, he had cast 4 profundities from the law of water, including the water elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of water. Zhang Lan, he's not even 100 years old. Just as the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was looking at Zhang Lan with a solemn expression, the gaze of an old man not far from him that was looking down at Zhang Lan suddenly froze, and he could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Not even 100 years old? Hearing the old man's words, the 500-plus experts in the air, including the middle-aged man, all extended their divine senses. Only now did they realize that as long as their divine sense did not contain any offensive power, they could still easily pass through the formation that enveloped the giant peak. When their divine senses landed on Zhang Lan's body, it was not difficult to detect that Zhang Lan was not even 100 years old. As expected, he is not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. No matter how high a celestial's innate talent is, one would need to join a top force in a Devata realm to be able to reach such a level at such a young age, right? This Zhang Lan should be a reincarnated immortal. When the elders brought by the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials looked at Zhang Lan again, they began to discuss among themselves. Many of them were certain Zhang Lan was a reincarnated celestial. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such achievements at such a young age. In their opinion, it was possible that Zhang Lan was from a top force in a Devata realm. However, they felt it was less likely that Zhang Lan was a reincarnated celestial. After all, if Zhang Lan was from a top force in a Devata realm, he would be a prodigy of that force. There was no need for him to protect himself in such a manner. The formation that enveloped the giant peak was, without a doubt, Zhang Lan's protection. Even an 8-trigram celestial king was severely injured by the formation. Zhang Lan hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, he only used 2 profundities from the law of water. However, the elders said he has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was standing on the giant peak looked at Zhang Lan in shock and disbelief. He hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, I was shocked that he managed to comprehend 2 profundities from the law of water even though he's not even 100 years old. It seems like I've underestimated him. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water even though he's not even 100 years old. Before today, I've never heard of anyone who could achieve this at such a young age. It seems like Zhang Lan is really a reincarnated celestial. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials looked at Zhang Lan again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They did not expect Zhang Lan to have such a monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. Originally, I thought I was already considered a genius for comprehending 3 profundities from the law of metal before the age of 200. But now, in front of Zhang Lan, my little bit of comprehension is not even worth mentioning. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal said mockingly, Zhang Lan has the most monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability I've ever seen in my life. Since he's able to achieve this at such a young age, he must have been an extraordinary celestial in his past life. Was he a celestial lord in his past life? Or was he a celestial emperor? Celestial emperor? That's impossible. After witnessing Zhang Lan's strength, the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak became even more fearful of him. I didn't expect Zhang Lan to have comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Duan Lingtian sighed. It's normal. After all, he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. He must have comprehended the law of water in his past life as well. Since he has comprehended the law of water in this life, he must be like a fish in water with his memories and experience from his past life. Ling Juyan said, Is there anyone else who has broken their promise and brought their seniors here? Zhang Lan said as he looked at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, with a sinister smile on his face. However, no one responded to his question. What a joke. If anyone dared to speak up at this moment, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Everyone, I can't break the formation on my own. However, if we join forces, we might be able to break it. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood high up in the sky. His gaze swept across the group of people beside him, and his expression was slightly ferocious. Now, my disciple has already been killed. This person definitely doesn't have good intentions for gathering your juniors here. Could it be that you're willing to just watch your juniors fall into a calamity? Although the middle-aged man's disciple was dead, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. He wanted to borrow the strength of the other powerhouses to break the formation and kill Zhang Lan. As soon as the middle-aged man in luxurious robes spoke, the eyes of the 500 powerhouses lit up. Although there were no celestial lords among the 500 powerhouses, all of them were celestial kings. Some of them were even 9 palaces' celestial kings. HM? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the middle-aged man's words. If these powerhouses joined forces to break the formation that enveloped the mountain peak might not be able to withstand their attacks. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Zhang Lan. It's too late for you to think of this now. I'll take your juniors with me. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Lan, Jiang Lan glanced at the finely dressed middle-aged man indifferently and smirked coldly. He raised his hand that was not holding the saber and made a series of hand seals in the air. It looked very mysterious and unpredictable. This is bad. Everyone, let's attack together. High up in the sky, when the group of immortal kings saw Jiang Lan's actions, they could tell that Jiang Lan was controlling the array formation. Moreover, from Jiang Lan's words, it was not difficult to guess that he was controlling the teleportation array formation. Instantly, the expressions of the group of experts changed. At the next moment, a five-colored energy gushed forth from the 500-plus immortal kings, incomparably vast, enveloping the mountain peak, as though it could destroy everything. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the formation that enveloped the mountain peak appeared again, a white light shone from the top of the mountain peak and shrouded all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the transportation formation at the top of the mountain peak, will definitely send us to the place Jiang Lan set up in his past life. Once we're there, we'll have to face all kinds of illusory formations. If you ask Sister Hua for help, it won't be difficult for her to see through those formations. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak disappeared as the white light faded away. Only one figure remained on the mountain peak. It was none other than Jiang Lan, who had activated the transportation formation earlier. At this moment, cracks could be seen on the translucent light shield above the mountain peak. It was clear it could not hold on for much longer. Before the formation that enveloped the mountain peak was about to be destroyed, Jiang Lan glanced at the group of celestial kings who had attacked him and said arrogantly, "If it weren't for the fact that the formation I set up in my past life has weakened over the past 100 years, you puny celestial kings wouldn't have been able to destroy it even if you joined forces. However, I still have to thank all of you for nurturing such an outstanding group of juniors. With them sacrificing themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll have a higher chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." Ha 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 ha. Jiang Lan's figure gradually faded away as he laughed. Then, just like the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Duan Lingtian disappeared from sight as well. As soon as Jiang Lan's figure disappeared, the formation that enveloped the mountain peak was finally destroyed by the joint forces of more than 500 celestial kings. However, even though they'd broken through the formation, the expressions of the group of celestial kings were extremely unsightly. Besides that, their eyes revealed waves of shock and terror. That formation was set up by Jiang Lan in his past life. Moreover, the formation was not maintained even after 100 years. Chapter 3093. It was common knowledge that a formation located in an unsealed space would gradually weaken with the passage of time. This was the case regardless of whether it relied on the celestial origin energy or celestial crystals. The celestial origin energy of a formation set up in the outside world would gradually deplete as time passed. This was because there would be living beings that would trigger the formation and deplete the celestial origin energy contained in the formation. It was the same for a formation set up in the outside world that relied on celestial crystals. For this reason, the group of celestial kings was shocked when they learned that the formation they had destroyed was set up by Jiang Lan in his past life. What did it mean to be 100 years old? A formation set up 100 years ago is still so powerful today. How many celestial crystals would be needed to set it up? Although I'm not an expert in formations, I know a thing or two about formations. The formation we destroyed earlier wasn't set up with celestial crystals at all. Instead, it was set up with materials that could contain celestial origin energy. A formation set up with celestial origin energy without any maintenance even after 100 years. How strong is the person who set up the formation? Even if it's a formation set up by a 10-direction celestial lord with all his might, it's impossible for it to be so powerful after 100 years. In other words, Jiang Lan was most likely a celestial emperor in his past life. After extending their divine senses, they were unable to find any traces of Jiang Lan and their juniors. The group of immortal kings discussed animatedly, and they unanimously came to a conclusion. Zhang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life. A celestial emperor. To the celestial kings present on the scene, celestial emperors were legendary existences. After all, the strongest celestial lords they had ever encountered were only celestial lords. Moreover, they were not even celestial lords. It makes sense if Zhang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life. Only a celestial emperor would be able to set up such a formation. Didn't Zhang Lan mention the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier? Do you know what the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is? I've never heard of it. What's that? After confirming that Zhang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life, the group of celestial kings recalled the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Zhang Lan had mentioned earlier. Moreover, Zhang Lan had gone to great lengths to set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit for their juniors to be sacrificed. Alas, they knew nothing about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, not all of these celestial kings knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, were unaware of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Some who had heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had heard the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier. Had a heaven sacrificial divine fruit was a fruit. Zhang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life. Their juniors was a celestial realm fruit had their juniors past heaven Zhang past heaven past their juniors they were descendants celestial al past where they their juniors they past heaven was a past heaven past their past heaven was a there had past heavens there was there the was were be were they were. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a heaven-defying celestial fruit in the Devata realms. An immortal king who knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was the first to regain his senses. When he heard the group of immortal kings asking about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he explained with an unsightly expression. He explained, only celestial dukes and below can consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once consumed, one's cultivation base will be raised by an entire realm. Generally speaking, it's best for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial will become a 10-direction celestial duke who's very close to becoming a one basic celestial king. Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings who had never heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were stunned. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could raise one's cultivation base by one stage. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial would become a 10-direction celestial duke after consuming it. Heavens! How can such a heaven-defying celestial fruit exist in this world? If that's true, it's no wonder the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is called a divine fruit. What else could it be if it's not a divine fruit? Although it can only be consumed by celestial dukes and below, it doesn't affect its heaven-defying effects at all. This is my first time hearing of such a heaven-defying treasure. Generally speaking, the more effective a celestial fruit is, the harder it is to bear fruit. I'm afraid it's almost impossible to bear fruit with such a heaven-defying celestial fruit. The group of celestial kings turned to look at the celestial king who knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, eager to learn more about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Earlier, all of you heard Zhang Lan say that he wants our juniors to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Facing the curious gazes of the group of immortal kings, the immortal king continued, in order for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit, 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials will have to be sacrificed. Once 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials die in front of the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, their bodies and souls will be absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The celestial king's expression was unsightly when he spoke. His direct disciple had also been taken away by Zhang Lan. Based on the current situation, it was almost certain that his direct disciple would die. What? 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials? Isn't that a little too much? Isn't the price too high? How can Zhang Lan be so heartless? That's 10,000 lives we're talking about. When they heard the words of that immortal king expert, the group of immortal kings all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their expressions changed drastically as they realized that their juniors would definitely die. At the same time, they couldn't help but curse Zhang for being crazy. Even so, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is only 10%. At this moment, another celestial king who was familiar with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit said in a low voice, in other words, Zhang is willing to sacrifice 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials for the sake of a mere 10% success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings present on the scene gasped again. 10% success rate? The deaths of 10,000 peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials would still cause the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit? Under such circumstances, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was only 10%? Heartless. Heartless. Isn't Zhang afraid of being punished by the heavens? To think that he was a celestial emperor in his past life. How can he be so heartless? I curse him to be killed before he can become a celestial king in this life. It seems like Zhang is a celestial emperor. Generally speaking, those who set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit are all celestial emperors. Moreover, they set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit so that they can take a shortcut without any side effects after they reincarnate. Does that mean my disciple is doomed to die this time? At this moment, the expressions of the celestial kings were as unsightly as they could be. The only person who seemed to be in a better mood was Yuan Zheng's master, an 8-trigram celestial king, who had been killed by Zhang earlier. When his disciple, Yuan Zheng, was killed, he was furious. But now, when he found out that the juniors of the immortal kings present were taken away by Zhang and were destined to die, he couldn't help but feel a little more balanced in his heart. Chi, 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 chi. Immortal message talismans were sent out from the hands of the immortal kings. Without exception, all of them were immortal kings from the Jade Emperor Heaven. They had crushed the communication celestial talismans to inform the leaders of their respective forces about the reincarnated celestial emperor who had set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor had tricked the outstanding disciples of their respective forces into entering the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Gradually, more and more people learned about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's plot in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since communication celestial talismans could not be used across Devata realms, the people from the other Devata realms could only spread the news after they had returned to their respective Devata realms. None of the 500 celestial kings bothered to look for their juniors. After all, they knew it was impossible for them to find their juniors. The plot in the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's plot had to be a secret realm created by a celestial emperor. Even celestial lords would not be able to find it, let alone them. As the news spread, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Clearwater Heaven, the Azure Profound Heaven, and the Aurora Heaven were shocked by the news of Zhang, a reincarnated celestial emperor, obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. 10% success rate. Will Zhang be able to make the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bear fruit? I don't think so. Generally speaking, those who set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's plot in the history of the Devata realms are all bold and daring. If Zhang successfully makes the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bear fruit and consumes it, he'll definitely become a peerless figure in the future. Isn't such an action a little too deranged? Only the fittest will survive. This is how cruel heaven and earth are. Many people from the 5 Devata realms were paying attention to Zhang's plot in the heaven sacrificial divine fruits plot. However, they knew they would not know if Zhang would be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the future. The only thing they were certain of was that those who were tricked by Zhang into sacrificing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were doomed to die. Chapter 3094. Is this the place where Zhang set up his trap in his previous life? When light returned to his eyes, Duan Lingtian found himself in a cave abode that was not very spacious. The cave abode was surrounded by stone walls. There were no doors or passageways. It was a completely sealed place. Huang. With just a thought, Duanling Tian contacted Huang, the artifact soul of the Devata artifact in his body. Earlier, Ling Juyun told me you can help me see through the illusory formation. However, as soon as Duanling Tian's voice resonated in his body, Huang did not even have the time to respond. Before Huang could respond, the Chaos Divine Earth said in its childish voice, "Lad, why do you need Huang help to see through this illusory formation? I can easily see through it for you." A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it spoke. "You have such an ability?" Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. Of course. While Duanling Tian was taken aback, the Chaos Divine Earth became even more smug. Its childish voice rose a few octaves. "Oomph." It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to identify the profound divine metal's voice as well. At the same time, Duanling Tian felt a surge of energy from the profound divine metal in his body. It surged toward his eyes and covered the surface of his eyes. Instantly, a layer of golden light appeared on the surface of Duanling Tian's eyes. It was as though he had fiery golden eyes. The golden light only lasted for a moment before it merged with Duanling Tian's eyes. It was as though it had never appeared. In the next instant, Duanling Tian discovered that the scenery in front of him had changed drastically. He found himself in a huge cave abode. There was a floating island in the middle of the cave abode with a towering tree planted on it. This towering tree was different from an ordinary tree. Its entire body was blood-red in color. Not only was its trunk and branches a blood-red color, even its leaves were blood-red in color. Moreover, there seemed to be many blood-colored lightning like blood gang entwining around its trunk. At the same time, Duanling Tian discovered that the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were at the peak of the mountain had all appeared. The figures of Ling Jueyun, Murong Xiaoxiao, and Lin Fei Yang soon entered his sight. Apart from Ling Juyun, who remained motionless and didn't look around, everyone else was looking around as if they couldn't see the people around them. It would appear that each and every one of them has fallen into an individual illusion. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to see this. Before the profound divine metal struck, he had appeared in a cave dwelling that was not very spacious. In that cave, there was no one else besides him. It was obviously an illusion that belonged to him alone. "Profound divine metal, why are you trying to ruin my plan?" The Chaos Divine Earth's voice sounded slightly exasperated. It was obvious that it was not the profound divine metal. Earlier, it had been feeling smug that Duanling Tian had seen through the illusory formation. However, before it could do anything, the profound divine metal had taken the initiative to strike first. "It's just a small trick. I can't believe you dilly-dally for so long. I can't stand it anymore." "Stop it," the profound divine metal said indifferently. "Chaos Divine Earth, it seems like you're not the only one who can see through the illusory formation. Senior Profound Divine Metal can do the same as well. Perhaps Senior Chaos Divine Flame can do the same as well?" Duanling Tian said to the Chaos Divine Earth with a laugh. This time, the Chaos Divine Earth did not respond to Duanling Tian. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess that the Chaos Divine Earth must be feeling frustrated that the profound divine metal had ruined its chance to show off. After spending some time with the 5 divine elements, Duanling Tian began to have a better understanding of the personalities of the 3 divine elements who had gained sentience. Among them, the Chaos Divine Flame was more mature, like an experienced elder. The profound divine metal, on the other hand, was more mature. It would occasionally toy with the Chaos Divine Earth. As for the Chaos Divine Earth, it was more like a child. Although it was not inferior to the profound divine metal or the Chaos Divine Flame, it was not as mature as the 2 divine elements. Duanling Tian, don't act rashly. Don't reveal that you've seen through the illusory formation. If someone attacks you, you must retaliate and kill them. Of course, if you have a royal-grade celestial weapon, feel free to use it. Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duanling Tian's ears. However, don't use a celestial weapon that's at the Emperor grade or above. Otherwise, Zhang will be wary of you. Once he's wary, it'll be difficult for us to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from him. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew that Ling Jueyun must have seen through the illusory formation with the help of his divine weapon soul. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking whoosh, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. A young man in blue appeared in front of him and attacked him directly. Thunder and lightning raged, interweaving into a thunder net to envelop him. The law of thunder? Based on the blue-clad young man's technique, Duan Lingtian could tell the blue-clad young man had comprehended the law of thunder. Boom, boom. The profundity from the law of thunder was combined with his celestial origin energy. With the help of a king-grade celestial weapon, the profundity from the law of thunder shot out in a deafening manner. Duan Lingtian carefully looked into the eyes of the blue-clothed young man and noticed that the blue-clothed young man was staring at him with a cold light. It was as if the blue-clothed young man was his prey and would not stop until he killed Duan Lingtian. He has comprehended two profundities from the law of thunder. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in the face of the young man's ferocious attack. He raised his hand, and a ring with 9 water chestnuts appeared in his hand. Then, he cast two profundities from the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. In just one move, Duan Lingtian's attack overpowered the young man's attack. Although Duan Lingtian's profundities were on par with the blue-clad young man's, his royal-grade celestial weapon completely overpowered the blue-clad young man's king-grade celestial weapon. In just 2 moves, he had killed the blue-clad young man. No. Before the blue-clothed youth died, he let out a mournful cry. Before he died, his eyes were glued to the 9-pointed ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was clear he had seen how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's celestial weapon was. The celestial weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It was the royal-grade celestial weapon that Brother Pei had given him when he was still in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory. However, Brother Pei had not come to take it back. As soon as Duan Lingtian killed the young man, a voice rang in the air. Interesting. I think he's the Duan Lingtian whom I asked Ling Jueyun to pass a message to. He's from the profound nether mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. A figure sat cross-legged on a towering tree on the floating island in the middle of a huge cave that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a meaningful smile on his face. This person was none other than Zhang Lan. At some point, Zhang Lan had arrived after Duan Lingtian and the others. Although there were tens of thousands of people in front of Zhang Lan, they would not be able to see him. Similarly, they would not be able to see the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree that he planted in his past life. Swoosh, swoosh. After the blue-clad young man died, his body rapidly withered. At the same time, a vast amount of blood energy and soul fire surged out of his body toward the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the middle of the cave. In the next moment, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. It swallowed the blood and soul left behind by the blue-clothed young man in a single gulp, causing the luster on the tree to become even deeper. The blue-clad young man was the first to die among the tens of thousands of people in the cave. After him, a few more people died in succession. They were all people who had only comprehended 2 profundities of laws. They had all died at the hands of people who had comprehended 3 profundities of laws. The people here were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength depended on their profundities from a law. After all, 99% of their celestial weapons were king-grade celestial weapons. It was almost impossible for them to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. For this reason, Zhang Lan was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian using a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, that was the extent of his surprise. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, even Zhang Lan had obtained the emperor-grade celestial weapon from his previous life. A mere royal-grade celestial weapon was nothing to him. He did not care about it at all. Ling Jueyun is truly a monster. Zhang Lan's eyes soon landed on a gray-clad young man. The gray-clad young man had just killed his opponent, and his opponent had become nutrients for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of death. Just like Duan Lingtian and I, he's not even 100 years old. His comprehension ability is heaven-defying. Although Zhang Lan was not even 100 years old, he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. However, he knew this was because he was a reincarnated celestial emperor. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun was not a reincarnated celestial. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, Zhang Lan could tell this was not the case. For this reason, Zhang Lan was shocked by Ling Jueyun's achievements. Even in his past life, he had never seen anyone who was not a reincarnated celestial who was younger than 100 years old. If Ling Jueyun survives until the end, I can consider giving him a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there will be 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and I only need to consume one of them. However, the prerequisite is that he's willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so that he'll submit to me. Chapter 3095. In the Devata realms, a celestial could plant an enslavement mark on another celestial's soul as long as the other celestial was willing. Once the enslavement mark was planted, the celestial would have to obey the former. If the celestial dared to disobey, the former could easily turn the celestial into ashes with just a thought. Naturally, if a celestial wanted to plant an enslavement mark on another celestial soul, the celestial soul could only be on par with or weaker than the celestial. Currently, Zhang Lan was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and Ling Jueyun was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as Ling Jueyun was willing, he could plant an enslavement mark on Ling Jueyun's soul. However, the current Zhang Lan didn't know that. He was a reincarnated celestial emperor while Ling Jueyun was not a reincarnated celestial. However, Ling Jueyun's background was much more prominent than his identity as a reincarnated celestial emperor. It was almost impossible for him to make Ling Jueyun the servant of a reincarnated celestial emperor. Zhang Lan sat cross-legged above the towering tree on the floating island in the middle of the spacious cave abode, as he indifferently watched the battles taking place before him. One by one, peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials died. Their blood and souls were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and turned into nutrients for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was gradually changing during this process. Initially, only the blood-red color on the tree trunk had deepened. However, after a while, more tree trunks grew from the tree trunk with blood-red leaves that looked as though they were dyed in blood. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit grew even more luxuriant. The battles in the cave abode were one-on-one battles. This was because Zhang Lan's plan in his past life was to allow those who entered to fight each other one-on-one until only one person was left. Then, in this life, he would kill the last person as a sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You overestimate yourself. The ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand brought out an expanse of dazzling flames, and the flames swept out and killed a middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man's blood, chi, and soul were absorbed by the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Facing this scene, Duan Ling Tian had long since become numb. That was because it was not only those who were killed by him that would end up like this. Even those who were killed by others would end up like this. However, he was indifferent to everything around him, and there was neither joy nor sorrow. The reason why these people appeared here was none other than because they were driven by their own interests. Although it was sad, it was not pitiful. If it weren't for Huang, and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would have ended up like them, becoming nutrients for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After killing the middle-aged man and waiting for the next opponent, Duan Ling Tian stole a glance at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. As for Zhang Lan, who was sitting cross-legged above the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, he had long noticed him. Therefore, he became even more vigilant and did not dare to reveal anything. If Zhang Lan were to find out that he was not bewitched by the illusion array formation, he would definitely be extremely fearful of him. If that was the case, it would be much more difficult for him to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit if it bore fruit. A reincarnated celestial emperor attacking when he was prepared, and when he was unprepared were 2 completely different concepts. Swoosh. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, another figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man dressed in a green robe, He stared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes as he attacked. The green-robed young man had comprehended two profundities from the law of water. As soon as he made his move, a series of attacks surged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was trying to extinguish the flames rising from Duan Lingtian's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, although the green-robed young man's attack was swift and fierce, the flame energy from the ring in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to be even more powerful. It directly cut open the flowing water, and wherever it came into contact with the flowing water, it even caused the flowing water to evaporate into white mist. No! The green-robed young man cried out in agony as he died in Duan Lingtian's hands. He had not seen Duan Lingtian in action before. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make a move against Duan Lingtian. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian had killed many peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended two profundities from a law. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had only used the law of fire's fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. However, with the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, he was able to easily kill his opponents. This was because his opponents were peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who had only comprehended two profundities from a law. He had not encountered any stronger peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. If he encountered a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended three profundities from a law, with his current strength, he would only be able to tie with his opponent. Moreover, his opponent only had a king-grade celestial weapon while he was using the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It seems like Ling Jueyun is planning to hide his bloodline power in the emperor-grade celestial weapons and divine weapons. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Jueyun. He saw Ling Jueyun had only used three profundities from the law of death. He did not use any other profundities, including the god of death's scythe profundity. Even so, his opponents did not last long against him. Most of them were instantly killed by him. The law of death is one of the four supreme laws. Even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended three profundities from a law other than the four supreme laws aren't a match for Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As time passed, the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the cave gradually dwindled. Initially, there were more than 10,000 of them. However, after half a day, there were only slightly more than 1,000 of them left. Murong Xiaoxiao's luck is not bad. Up until now, she hasn't encountered anyone who has comprehended three profundities from a law. Naturally, the people she has encountered who have comprehended two profundities from a law have not even begun to comprehend the third profundity. After killing another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian discreetly glanced at Murong Xiaoxiao in the distance. He was surprised to see that Murong Xiaoxiao was still alive, albeit in a slightly wretched state. However, her opponent was even more wretched than her. Moreover, he was not as strong as her, so he was killed by her. There's still Lin Feiyang. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lin Feiyang. Up until now, Lin Feiyang had only displayed two profundities from the law of water and one profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended. However, Duan Lingtian had a feeling Lin Feiyang might not have displayed his full strength. After all, Lin Feiyang was favored by the second form of the world-cleansing divine water when he was still in his mother's womb. Such a person's comprehension of the law of water was heaven-defying. It was impossible for him to have only comprehended two profundities from the law of water. It seems like I'll be able to see Lin Feiyang's true strength in this battle. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Lin Feiyang's new opponent appeared. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. Duan Lingtian had noticed this black-clad middle-aged man before this. He knew this black-clad middle-aged man had comprehended three profundities from the law of wind and was extremely powerful. His previous opponents had only comprehended two profundities from a law, but they were all easily killed by this black-clad middle-aged man. This time, the black-clad middle-aged man's opponent was Lin Feiyang. If Lin Feiyang isn't concealing his strength, he'll definitely die in this battle. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. If he dies, the second form of the world-cleansing divine water in his body will become ownerless. At that time, the second form of the world-cleansing divine water that's still in a deep slumber will be exposed to the world. Under such circumstances, I won't be able to retrieve the world-cleansing divine water. After all, if I try to retrieve it, Zhang Lan will definitely discover that I'm not bewitched by the illusory formation. Although Zhang Lan might not recognize the world-cleansing divine water, he's still someone who has comprehended the law of water. Even if he doesn't recognize the world-cleansing divine water, he'll definitely be able to discover its extraordinariness and retrieve it. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious when he thought about this. If it was possible, he would rather obtain the world-cleansing divine water after Lin Fei Yang's death. That way, he would be able to gather all 5 divine elements. That would definitely be a great help to him in the future. Currently, he only had slightly more than 900 years left. He had to take a different path than ordinary people in order to save Kerr and his family and friends from the Divine Offering Land after the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms reopened. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun seemed to have it easy. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan, who was sitting cross-legged above the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, looked at Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun with a sinister smile on his face. In the next moment, his hands began to move as though he was making a series of complicated hand seals. HM? At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun realized their opponents had not appeared for a long time. At the same time, they instinctively glanced at Zhang Lan and saw what he was doing. Immediately, the two of them vaguely realized that the reason why their opponent had yet to appear was related to Zhang Lan's current actions. Otherwise, why would he be acting so strangely now? Previously, Zhang Lan had been sitting cross-legged quietly, but now, he was making a move. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Lan must have thought we're having it easy, so he wants to give us some tough opponents. Ling Juyin said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I think so as well. I wonder if he'll assign you to me. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. That's for the best. If he does, we'll act as if we're evenly matched until only one person is left. Naturally, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit might bear fruit before the last person is left. Even if it doesn't bear fruit, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed during the process. Chapter 3096. The cave abode where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was located was a mystic realm that Zhang Lan had created when he was still a celestial emperor in his previous life. Although there were many offensive and defensive formations in the cave abode, Zhang Lan was still unable to control them in his current life. The only thing he could control was the illusory formation in the cave abode. For example, he could control the illusory formation to deal with the people he had lured into the cave abode. Initially, Zhang Lan was still forming hand seals in an attempt to control the illusory formation so that Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun could fight against stronger opponents. However, a sudden fluctuation from the law of water interrupted him, causing him to stop what he was doing. At the same time, he regained control of the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's opponents appeared. However, they were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Why did Zhang Lan suddenly stop? Ling Jueyun sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice when he saw Zhang Lan had stopped abruptly. His attention has been drawn to Lin Fei Yang. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yang, who was standing in the distance. Currently, Lin Fei Yang was facing an opponent who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. Apart from using 2 profundities from the law of water and 1 profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended, Lin Fei Yang had used another profundity from the law of water. Moreover, Lin Fei Yang had already comprehended this profundity to the rudimentary stage. It was not comparable to the profundity from the law of water that Duan Lingtian had just comprehended. It's just as I thought. Lin Fei Yang has been concealing his strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had thought Lin Fei Yang had comprehended more than 2 profundities from the law of water. After all, Lin Fei Yang was chosen by the world-cleansing divine water when he was in his mother's womb. Lin Fei Yang has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water. Moreover, he has even comprehended the 4th profundity of the law of water. Zhang Lan's attention landed on Lin Fei Yang. A glint flashed across his eyes as he continued. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, he's also the 3rd person who's younger than 100 years old. Just like Ling Jueyun, he's not a reincarnated immortal. In my previous life, I've never come into contact with anyone who was not a reincarnated immortal, but was able to achieve so much at such a young age. But in this life, I've actually met 2 of them at once. When he thought of this, Zhang Lan couldn't help but sigh. While Zhang Lan was sighing with emotion, Lin Fei Yang had gained the upper hand. After 30 moves, he killed his opponent, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, and turned his opponent into nourishment for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial killed by Lin Fei Yang was the first peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to have comprehended 3 profundities from a law. As expected of someone who caught the eye of the second form world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw Lin Fei Yang had killed his opponent. However, he could not help but marvel at Lin Fei Yang's heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water. Not only was Lin Fei Yang not even 100 years old, but the world-cleansing divine water in his body was also only in the 2nd form. Once the world-cleansing divine water in his body evolved to the 3rd form, it would be able to help him comprehend the profundities from the law of water. At that time, his comprehension of the law of water would be even more heaven-defying. After Lin Fei Yang killed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze as though he had sensed something. At this moment, a beautiful figure was at a disadvantage. It was none other than Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao was no longer as lucky as before. Her opponent this time was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal. After 3 moves, Murong Xiao was killed right under Duan Lingtian's nose. The genius disciple of the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, had died in the Jade Emperor heaven. When Murong Xiao was killed, the soul pearl she had stored in the Murong clan shattered as well, shocking the entire Murong clan. However, no one knew how Murong Xiao had died, and no one knew where she had gone. It wasn't until news of someone searching for people to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the spirit overarching heaven arrived that the people of the Murong clan could vaguely guess that Murong Xiao had also been asked to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Naturally, this was all in the future. After Murong Xiao's death, there were only a little over 500 people left on the scene. At the same time, not only did the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree become more luxuriant, but 2 small flower buds had also appeared at the top of the tree. The flower buds were blood red, and the color was darker than the rest of the tree. They exuded a sinister aura. In order for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree to bear the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it had to bear flower buds first. Naturally, the flower buds were only the first step in the process of bearing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Whether it would bear fruit or not depended on luck. However, based on Zhang Lan's plan in his past life, he was confident that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit at 50%. I'll leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang until the end. If either of them is willing to become my slave, not only will I spare their lives, but I'll even reward them with a heaven sacrificial divine fruit after it bears fruit. Retracting his gaze from Lin Fei Yang, Zhang Lan's hands began to dance again. He continued the hand seal that he had yet to complete earlier, taking control of the psychedelic array formation in his hands. In order to leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang until the end, Zhang Lan did not want them to encounter each other. Naturally, he had also arranged a powerful opponent for Duan Lingtian. The opponent was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth. The gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, The opponent Jiang Lan assigned to Duanling Tian had cast the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity and the law of Earth's only offensive profundity, the vibration profundity, in an attempt to kill Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was familiar with these two profundities from the law of Earth. He knew the principles behind them. Although he had not fully comprehended the gravitational space profundity, he had only scratched the surface. As for the vibration profundity, although he had not even scratched the surface, he had a certain understanding of its characteristics. Swoosh, swoosh. Duanling Tian's figure flashed as he transformed into a ball of flames and shot through the air. His speed was not something his opponent could compare to. Although his opponent was not as fast as Duanling Tian, he had comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Pillars formed from celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth elemental profundity shot toward Duanling Tian and formed a cage that shrouded Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's speed was rendered useless. Buzz, 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 buzz. After being trapped, Duanling Tian hastily used his royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring, in an attempt to break free from the cage. At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly felt a repulsive force pressing down on his body from all directions, causing his attack to weaken slightly. At the same time, the cage began to vibrate as well. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity and the attack from the vibration profundity, the strength of his opponent made Duanling Tian feel strenuous. It was difficult for him to break out of the cage. If this continues, it'll be difficult for him to defeat me. However, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him as well. It seems like I have to reveal some of my trump cards. With that thought in mind, Duanling Tian raised his left hand. A ring appeared on his left hand. This ring was identical to the ring in his right hand. However, the aura it exuded was completely different. Moreover, the color of the ring was different as well. This ring was the mystic Yin 9 water chestnut ring that corresponded to the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring. The mystic Yin 9 water chestnut ring was also a royal-grade celestial weapon. Previously, when Duanling Tian was free, he had taken out the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystic Yin 9 water chestnut ring to study them. He discovered the two rings could be combined perfectly in his hands. Although they were not as powerful as an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were stronger than most royal-grade celestial weapons. Where did Duanling Tian obtain so many royal-grade celestial weapons? Although Jiang Lan was not interested in royal-grade celestial weapons, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duanling Tian taking out another royal-grade celestial weapon. Among the 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom he had deceived, Duanling Tian was the only one who possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had more than one royal-grade celestial weapon. There are two royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined? In the next moment, Jiang Lan saw Duanling Tian joining the two royal-grade celestial weapons together. After that, Duanling Tian infused his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the two royal-grade celestial weapons. It should be noted that even if one possessed two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time, they would not be able to combine the power of the two weapons. For this reason, there was no difference between using two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time and using one offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. However, this was not the case with the two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons in Duanling Tian's hands. When the two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons were combined perfectly, the power they unleashed was even stronger than most offensive royal-grade celestial weapons. In fact, it was almost on par with offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. What a lucky lad! He actually managed to obtain two royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined perfectly. Although Duanling Tian's strength was on par with Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang, it was still not enough. Chapter 3097. When the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring were combined, the Yin and Yang energies merged perfectly. Duanling Tian gave a name to the ring that was in this form. It was the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring. When the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring were put together, Each of the chestnuts perfectly fit together. At first glance, the two chestnuts that fit together looked like a single chestnut. For this reason, when the two were combined, the chestnut looked like 9 chestnuts. When Duan Ling Tian sent his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring, green and red flames appeared around the ring at the same time. Break! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring shot out. In the next moment, the flames of cyan and red intersecting formed a sharp flaming blade that easily broke through the repulsive force of the gravitational space profundity of the law of Earth and collided with the force of the vibration profundity of the law of Earth. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air as the flaming saber collided with the vibration profundity. The flaming saber shook violently for a moment. After a while, the vibration profundity could no longer suppress the flaming saber and was defeated by it. After the vibration profundity was defeated, the flaming saber shot out like a furious flaming dragon and shattered the cage around Duan Lingtian. Then, with Duan Lingtian's will, it shot toward the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. No. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth died, just like Duan Lingtian's previous opponent. Duan Lingtian's previous opponent was the second person who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law to die. Boom, 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 bang, 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 swoosh, 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 swoosh. After killing the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth, Duan Ling Tian could still hear the sounds of people fighting each other. It was clear that hundreds of people were still fighting each other. They were in an independent illusion with only one opponent, and there were only 2 endings for them: either you kill your opponent or you get killed by your opponent. However, no one wanted to be killed by their opponent, so everyone was struggling with all their might. Duan Lingtian is much stronger than Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang due to the combination of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. If Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang fight him, they'll most likely die in his hands. In the distance, Zhang Lan's eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian when he saw Duan Ling Tian killing the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. However, Duan Lingtian is only so strong because of his celestial weapon. Although he's quite talented and has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire before the age of 100, he's still no match for Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. I'll just ignore him for now. I'll deal with him later. He's no threat to me since he's only strong because of his celestial weapon. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lan did not continue to compete with Duan Lingtian. He did not even arrange any opponents for Duan Lingtian. With this, Duan Lingtian was free for the time being. Under Zhang Lan's arrangement, Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang fought 2 peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law. After a while, both of them defeated their opponents one by one. Zhang Lan was not surprised that Lin Fei Yang was able to defeat his opponent. However, he was surprised that Ling Jueyun was able to defeat his opponent. That's the first offensive profundity from the law of death, the god of death scythe profundity. When Ling Jueyun defeated his opponent, Zhang Lan saw the technique that Ling Jueyun had not used earlier. It was the first offensive profundity from the law of death, the god of death scythe profundity. Although Ling Jueyun had only comprehended a superficial level of the god of death's scythe profundity, he was able to easily kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law of Earth. In fact, to a certain extent, his strength had already surpassed Lin Fei Yang's. Although Lin Fei Yang had comprehended the same amount of profundities as him, the law he comprehended was one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death. Moreover, he had also come into contact with the law of death's first offensive law, the death god's scythe. If I had a choice, I'd rather Ling Jueyun allow me to brand his soul with an enslavement mark. Although Lin Fei Yang's innate talent and comprehension ability are not bad, there's still a gap between him and Ling Jueyun. Zhang Lan thought to himself as he looked at Ling Jueyun. At the same time, Zhang Lan turned to look at the remaining peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. There were more than 300 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law of earth. Similar to Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang, these peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were older than Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. All of them were close to 200 years old. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is about to bear fruit. Zhang Lan looked at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and saw that the 2 buds on the tree had bloomed into 2 blood-red flowers. Every flower had 9 petals, and they were all suffused with a deep blood-red color, so red that it was almost purple. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a blood-red aura surrounding the flowers. The 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were surrounded by a dense blood-red mist, and a blood-red sphere was brewing and expanding at the end of the 2 flowers. A few moments later, another dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were killed. Among the 300 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, many of them had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and had even comprehended the 4th profundity. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials could kill those who had only comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the blood and souls of the dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the 2 blood-red flowers with 9 petals on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit began to swell and expand in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the blood-red sphere grew even larger, blood-red lightning bolts could be seen both on the outside and inside of it. They were like small snakes shuttling back and forth between the inside and outside of the sphere. I finally reached this stage. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up when he saw the changes in the 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then, he raised his hands and made another move. A set of seemingly complicated and obscure hand seals appeared at his fingertips. Following Zhang Lan's action, a huge, translucent barrier of light suddenly appeared around the floating island where the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was located. It enveloped the entire floating island and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Whoosh! In the distance, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law was killed. His blood, chi, and soul flew toward the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, just like the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, before the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial could reach the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it was blocked by the translucent light shield that shrouded the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and the floating island. During this time, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tried to absorb the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the translucent light shield kept the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Rumor has it that after the embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appears, if one accumulates the blood and soul of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a certain level and allows them to enter the embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will increase. Naturally, this method hasn't been proven. Perhaps someone has verified the effectiveness of this method. However, if that person has no intention of disclosing the results, no one will know the effectiveness of this method. In my opinion, Zhang Lan either knows the effectiveness of this method or wants to try it out to see if it can increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there's no harm in trying it out. It won't affect the overall situation, Ling Jueyun said through voice transmission. Although Ling Jueyun had seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Zhang Lan's actions, he did not show it. He only communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I see. Duan Lingtian had also seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Zhang Lan's actions. He was puzzled as to why Zhang Lan would stop the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Realization dawned on him when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. As it turned out, Zhang Lan was not stopping the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Instead, he was trying to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit you mentioned, are you referring to the two blood-red spheres? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. He had noticed the two blood-red spheres on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier, but he did not know what they were. Yes. Chapter 3098. Zhang Lan is trying to use the formation to gather the blood and souls of the dead peak, overarching heavenly supreme celestials, so they can enter the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it to take form. Ling Jueyan said. Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Then, he looked at the translucent light shield formed by the formation. The translucent light shield was like a wall between the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and the nutrients it wanted to absorb, preventing the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from doing so. Due to the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the blood and souls were drawn to the translucent light shield like magnets. It was not difficult to see that once the translucent light shield was removed, the blood and souls would be absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, the blood and souls of three peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials were drawn to the translucent light shield. In just a short while, another two peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials had died. Their blood, chi, and souls were sucked out by the suction force of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. HM? In just a blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. After a long period of idleness, he finally had a new opponent. At the same time, both Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang had an opponent appear in front of them. This was Zhang Lan's intention. As soon as the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared, Zhang Lan was eager to solidify the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, so he quickly arranged opponents for Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Feiyang. At the same time, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who did not have an opponent or who had just died were also given opponents. When Zhang Lan arranged opponents for Duan Lingtian and the others, he purposely took care of Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. He only arranged opponents for them who had comprehended three profundities from a law, but had not comprehended the fourth profundity. Naturally, he did not plan to sacrifice Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. Back then, when he was looking for someone, he had made a special calculation. In the end, over 100 people would die before they could sacrifice themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then, the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would enter the fruiting process. With the help of the formation he had set up in his previous life, he could save the lives of Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang and gather the blood essence and souls of the others. In the end, he could make them flow into the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it grow into the fruit. Wang, 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 Wang. Duan Lingtian's opponent this time was someone who had comprehended three profundities of the laws of wind and was in the process of comprehending the fourth profundity of the laws of wind. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. The middle-aged man's face was cold. As his body moved, wind blades that filled the sky followed him like a shadow, causing the air to emit an ear-piercing, buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. Die! The middle-aged man stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. The 3-foot-long green sword in his hand moved rhythmically like a dragon as it stirred up a strong wind. The wind blade profundity, which was a combination of the two profundities from the laws of wind and the other profundities from the laws of wind, shot toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. Wong, 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 wong. The sound of wind blades cutting through the air and the sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. It was as though both the sword and the saber were humming at the same time. Those who had comprehended the laws of wind were skilled in speed and offense. Those who had comprehended the laws of earth could not compare to them. Previously, Duan Lingtian had killed someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of Earth. Although he was skilled and had even comprehended the vibration profundity, the only offensive profundity from the laws of Earth, he was far from being comparable to the person who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the laws of wind. However, compared to the former, Duan Lingtian preferred his opponent. The former had used the gravitational space profundity from the laws of Earth to imprison him. Although the repulsive force from all directions did not harm him, the pressure on his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although his opponent was stronger than the former, his opponent's attacks were not as strange and cunning as the former's. Good. When Duan Lingtian saw his opponent's attack was about to reach him, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity surged out of his body. The plundering profundity stirred as though he was being engulfed in flames. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure moved like a flame tearing through the sky, leaving behind waves of scorching aura in the air and a flame afterimage behind him. At first glance, it looked like a fiery phoenix was flapping its tail. Wong, 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 wong. All of a sudden, an even more ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out from the flames in the air. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent saw a ring suddenly fly out from the ball of flame that was whistling towards him. The ring tore through the sky and brought along waves of fierce aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Taking a closer look, the ring was surrounded by green and red flames. The green and red flames that shot out from the ring converged together, condensing into a green and red flame saber light that blended together. Duan Lingtian was fearless in the face of his opponent's fierce attack from the law of wind. He could even kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth, let alone a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. Although the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind had comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of wind, it was only a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. With his opponent's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law, but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. However, he was not strong enough to deal with Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised by what happened next. After a brief moment of stalemate, Duan Lingtian managed to forcefully defeat his opponent's attack. It was as though the power of ice and fire had merged into a 2-colored flaming saber. After defeating his opponent's attack, Duan Lingtian killed his opponent with a single slash. It's just as I thought. Although Duan Lingtian has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, with the combination of his 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, even Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang are no match for him. Zhang Lan watched as Duan Lingtian killed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Zhang Lan was not surprised by this. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial that Duan Lingtian had killed was on par with Ling Jueyun and was not much weaker than him. If Ling Jueyun encountered such an opponent, even if he had a chance of winning, he would have to fight for a few days and nights. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent as easily as Duan Lingtian did. After a while, Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang killed their opponents one after another. However, after killing the opponent, a new opponent quickly appeared. That was because Zhang Lan desperately wanted to accumulate enough blood and soul energy to sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit at the critical moment. He wanted to help the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to condense into a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's opponents appeared one after another. He killed his opponents quickly, but his opponents appeared quickly as well. Initially, there were a few hundred people in the spacious cave abode. However, it did not take long before there were less than 100 people left. Buzz. The Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand. The fire and ice energy turned into a saber ray as he killed a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal effortlessly. After killing the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian discovered that the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's blood and soul energy had been absorbed by the tree of life. After the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial died, his blood, energy, and soul energy were absorbed by the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. However, the translucent light shield seemed to be resisting the absorption of the blood and soul energy. It was as though the translucent light shield was under pressure after absorbing so much blood and soul energy. In just a blink of an eye, the blood and soul energy of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had been killed by Ling Jueyun was absorbed by the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, causing the translucent light shield to tremble even more violently. It seems like the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand too much blood and soul energy. Or perhaps, the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand the suction force from the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian told Ling Jueyun about his discovery. Ling Jueyun observed for a moment before he agreed with Duan Lingtian. That should be the case. However, if that's the case, I have a feeling that the translucent light shield will be destroyed by the suction force from the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit if a few dozen people die. Ling Jueyun's eyes flashed as he said, at that time, Zhang Lan will make a move and kill the remaining people before the fruit of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit takes shape. After all, he's worried that someone else will take the fruit before him. Both of us should pay more attention to the translucent light shield. Once it's destroyed, we'll have to be on our guard. Ling Jueyun reminded Duan Lingtian. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. While Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were communicating through voice transmission, Zhang Lan discovered the problem they had discovered. It seems like I've underestimated the suction force from the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Once the formation that's blocking the blood and soul energy from the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit is destroyed, the accumulated blood and soul energy will rush toward the fruit of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. At that time, I'm afraid many people will still be alive. Chapter 3099. At this moment, Zhang Lan could not wait to kill the people before him. However, he could not make a move. After all, these people were trapped in the illusory formation. If he made a move, it would affect the illusory formation. At that time, these people would walk out of the illusory formation. Although Zhang Lan was strong, if these people joined forces, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. In fact, he might even be injured. He did not want that to happen. When the formation around the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit collapses, the illusory formation will be affected as well. Those who survive will be able to walk out of the formation. At that time, there shouldn't be many people left alive. At that time, I'll make a move and kill them all. With my strength and the help of my Emperor-grade celestial weapon, it won't be difficult for me to kill the remaining people before the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit's embryo bears the fruit. Soon after, Zhang Lan made up his mind. After the formation around the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit collapsed, he would make a move and kill the remaining people. At that time, I'll spare the lives of Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. If either of them is willing to be branded with an enslavement mark, I'll let them live and give them a heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. With that, they'll be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke. Unknowingly, Zhang Lan's gaze landed on Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. If it was possible, he hoped he could subdue one of them. Naturally, if both of them wanted to submit to him, he would not reject them. However, he would only give the remaining heaven sacrificial divine fruit to Ling Jueyun. Although Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity, one of the 2 profundities from the same law was different. However, Ling Jueyun had comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of water could not be compared to the law of death. In terms of potential, Ling Jueyun was stronger than Lin Feiyang. The battle continued in the cave abode. Explosions rang in the air as more and more figures fell to the ground. All of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. These people were all geniuses and monsters in the forces they belonged to. This time, the people Zhang Lan recruited were from Grade 7 forces in the Devata realms. None of them were from Grade 6 forces or above. This was to ensure he had full control of the situation, so that no one would be able to destroy the plan he had set up in his past life. Zhang Lan was not afraid of the powerhouses from Grade 7 forces. However, if the powerhouses from Grade 6 forces or celestial sects, the formations he had set up in his past life, he would not be able to fend them. For this reason, he recruited powerhouses from Grade 7 forces. In a Grade 7 force, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law before the age of 200 was definitely a rare genius. But now, in this spacious cave dwelling, such existences were killed one by one like paper, and their bodies and Tao vanished. I don't think the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will last much longer. After killing another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian glanced at the translucent light shield around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and sent a voice transmission to Ling Juan. Right now, the translucent light shield that covered the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was shaking violently under the impact of the gathered blood auras and souls. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Once the translucent light shield collapsed, the blood, chi, and souls would enter the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help the tree to form the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was not certain that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit. There was a possibility that it would fail. If the heaven sacrificial divine fruit failed, it would shatter and disappear into thin air. This was a sign that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had failed to bear fruit. It seems like 5 or 6 more people will die before the formation is destroyed by the energy from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Ling Juyan secretly observed the situation before he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. 5 or 6 more people will die. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people around him and saw that there were only 12 people left, including him, Ling Juyan, Lin Feiyang, and Zhang Lan. In other words, only 6 or 7 people would survive after the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was destroyed. Did you notice? The opponents you encountered later on were basically all people who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity of that law. Ling Juiyun continued to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Lin Feiyang and I only encountered people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. So what? Duan Lingtian had not noticed this since the beginning. He did not think much of Ling Juiyun's words. He thought it was just luck. I suspect that he deliberately spared Lin Feiyang and my lives. Don't forget that there are 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and he can only consume one. Ling Juiyun continued to speak through voice transmission. If I were him, seeing 2 people who are less than 100 years old but have comprehended 3 profundities of a law and have even come into contact with the 4th profundity, he would definitely want to recruit them to work for him. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he heard Ling Juiyun's words. You're saying that he purposely allowed you and Lin Feiyang to encounter people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity? Duan Lingtian continued to ask. His goal is to let you live until the end so that you can work for him? Duan Lingtian agreed with Ling Juiyun's words. After all, even if it was a coincidence, it could not be so coincidental. Earlier, he had encountered more than 10 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished sending a voice transmission to Ling Juiyun, a figure appeared in front of him at lightning speed. It was one of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had survived until now. It was a young man dressed in a long yellow robe. Duan Lingtian had noticed this young man and knew he had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of thunder. Most importantly, he had also comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of thunder. It seems like it's not a coincidence. Duan Lingtian knew Ling Juiyun was right when he saw the yellow-clad young man had become his opponent. Buzz, 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 buzz. Duan Lingtian had encountered more than 10 opponents who were on par with him earlier. Therefore, It did not take him much effort to kill his opponents. Since Ling Jueyin had intentionally held back, Duan Lingtian's speed of killing his opponents was the fastest among all of them. In the time it took for others to kill one opponent, he had already killed several opponents. After Duan Lingtian killed his opponent, there were no more opponents for the time being since the remaining 10 people were divided into 5 groups. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was communicating with Ling Jueyin was communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission as he fought with his opponents. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Lan muttered under his breath. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian as he hovered in the air above the semi-transparent light barrier around the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree. He's the strongest among all of us here. After the formation collapses, I'll kill everyone apart from Ling Jueyin and Lin Feiyang. I'll make him feel despair when he sees me killing with his own eyes. In truth, Zhang Lan did not think much of Duan Lingtian's strength. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was still very displeasing to Zhang Lan. Because of that, he planned to let Duan Lingtian witness him killing the others before he was killed by him in despair. No. With a shrill cry, Ling Jueyun's opponent died in his hands. When he fell, his eyes were wide open as if he could not die in peace. Not long after Ling Jueyun's opponent fell, a young man in a green robe fell as well. At the same time, Lin Feiyang's opponent also fell. The green-clad young man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind. His strength was on par with Lin Feiyang. However, in terms of age, he was much older than Lin Feiyang. Boom. Rumble. Under the control of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, a few strands of blood and souls joined the army attacking the formation around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. As a result, the semi-transparent barrier of light trembled even more. In some places of the translucent light barrier, there were even traces of fine cracks that appeared to be crevices. Once the 4 of them fight it out, I'm afraid the formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the semi-transparent light barrier to the 4-peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who were still fighting. Among the 4-peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials, 2 of them had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Their opponents had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and were not in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. HM? At this moment, a green-clad figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was none other than the green-clad young man who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Although the green-clad young man was strong, there were more than 10 people who were as strong as Duan Lingtian who had died in his hands. Duan Lingtian killed the green-robed young man who was charging at him menacingly with a strong killing intent in just a head-on collision. After Duan Lingtian killed the green-clad young man, the battle between the remaining 4-peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials finally ended. 2 strands of blood and 2 souls shot toward the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. In the next moment, boom. Chapter 3100. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The blood, chi, and souls that had gathered together surged into the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit seemed to be devouring all the blood, chi, and souls that had surged into its belly. As soon as the blood, chi, and souls entered the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, they flew toward the embryo of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. The embryo of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit began to tremble violently as soon as the blood, chi, and souls entered it. Blood-red rays of light shot out of the embryo. When it reached a certain height, it began to contract violently. It continued to expand and contract in a continuous cycle, as if it was brewing something. This was a sign that the embryo of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit was about to bear fruit. As for whether it would succeed, they could only wait and see. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, Zhang Lan waved his hands and made a set of hand seals, putting away all the illusory array formations in the spacious cave abode. Lin Feiyong and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, saw the flash before their eyes. The narrow cave abode they were in earlier had disappeared and was replaced by a huge cave abode. Apart from each other, they also saw Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Zhang Lan. Their expressions changed immediately as they looked at Zhang Lan warily. It was as though they were facing a formidable enemy. I have to say, the five of you are quite strong to be able to survive until now, Zhang Lan said calmly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other four peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun finally regained their senses. They realized Zhang Lan had removed the illusory formation in the cave abode. This was obvious from the reactions of Lin Feiyong and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. What do you mean by that? The other two who survived were a young man and a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man heard Zhang Lan's words, his expression changed drastically as he asked with a trembling voice. Although he had monstrous talent and comprehension ability, and even possessed his current strength before he was even 200 years old, he was still unable to do anything about it. However, in front of Zhang Lan, his pride was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Zhang Lan was someone who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water before the age of 100. As for him, he had only comprehended 3 profundities of the law of lightning when he was almost 200 years old. Although he had come into contact with the 4th profundity of the law of lightning, he had only scratched the surface. In terms of talent and perception, he couldn't compare to Zhang Lan. Shua, 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 shua. As the middle-aged man spoke, the gazes of Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, Lin Feiyong, and the other young man all landed on Zhang Lan at the same time. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. A hint of suspicion could be seen in the eyes of Lin Feiyong and the other young man. On the other hand, the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun did not change. However, this did not arouse Zhang Lan's suspicion. He thought the two of them were only pretending to be calm on the surface. In truth, they were no less afraid than the others. What else could it mean? Zhang Lan smiled faintly in response to the middle-aged man's question. Among the 10,000 people, only the 5 of you are still alive. As for the others, they're all dead. Their bodies are gone, and their Tao is gone. The smile on Zhang Lan's face remained unchanged when he spoke about the deaths of the 10,000 people. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant. Dead? They're all dead? The expressions of Lin Feiyong and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed drastically when they heard Zhang Lan's words. They instinctively looked around, trying to find the 6th person who was still alive. Alas, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anyone who was still alive. Do you think they're dead just because you said so? If they're dead, would there be no traces left behind? Lin Feiyong took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Lan intently as he asked in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you earlier? They had all died, their Tao vanishing, and they had turned into ashes. Don't tell me you don't know what it means to be reduced to ashes." Zhang Lan took a deep look at Lin Feiyong, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Reduced to ashes. As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyong's heart skipped a beat. However, his expression did not change. Do you think they're reduced to ashes just because you said so? Although you're strong, it's impossible for you to kill everyone. Lin Feiyong said. When did I say that I killed them? Zhang Lan smiled. If I remember correctly, your name is Lin Feiyong, right? Do you still remember that you killed those people who wanted to kill you in the Fantasy Realm cave residence? Upon hearing Zhang Lan's words, the expressions of the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed again. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Zhang Lan looked at Lin Feiyong meaningfully. What if I tell you that the people you killed were actually part of the tens of thousands of people, but I don't know? Would you still doubt what I said just now? No. Impossible. Lin Feiyong's face was pale. I still remember their faces clearly. They weren't among the 10,000 people. Although there were more than 10,000 people who had been tricked by Zhang Lan this time, with Lin Feiyong's memory, he could still remember most of them at a glance. He might not know them, but if he saw them again, he would definitely have an impression of them. The place you were at earlier was constructed using an illusory formation. Do you think the illusory formation wouldn't be able to conceal their faces? The sinister smile on Jiang Lan's face grew even more radiant at this moment. It's not just you. These 4 people have also killed many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that I gathered. As Jiang Lan spoke, he shifted his gaze from Lin Feiyang to Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian. This is especially true for Duan Lingtian. The number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that died in his hands is no less than the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that the 4 of you killed. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Even Ling Jueyun followed Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' gazes and looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. This is the most important moment. Don't expose yourself. As long as he attacks one of us, we'll defend with all our might. The other person will be responsible for launching a sneak attack on him from behind. We'll try our best to kill him while he's unprepared to face any trouble in the future. If we want to kill a reincarnated celestial emperor like him, we must ensure that we're able to kill him in one go. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die when he catches his breath. Ling Jueyun's tone turned solemn as he spoke. After all, none of those who had become celestial emperors were easy to deal with. I thought the people I killed earlier were illusory figures formed by the illusory formation. I didn't expect them to be the people you tricked into coming here with me. What are you trying to do? Faced with their gazes, Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Lan and asked with a gloomy expression. Duan Lingtian. Jiang Lan looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, I didn't expect you to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon that can be combined perfectly. Its power is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Not only are your innate talent and comprehension skills good, but your luck is also much better than ordinary people. Jiang Lan's words had undoubtedly caused Duan Lingtian to become the center of attention. Royal-grade celestial weapon? Moreover, based on Jiang Lan's words, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon that could be combined perfectly, and its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Feiyang and the others were originally in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, their eyes lit up like dazzling stars in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Duan Lingtian, he has a royal-grade celestial weapon? It doesn't seem like a single royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on Jiang Lan's words, he has to have at least 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, right? It was difficult for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to not attract attention when he possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. No matter how lucky he is, he's not as lucky as you. It's not easy for a reincarnated celestial to succeed. Duan Lingtian said. Of course. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jiang Lan raised his head proudly and looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. In terms of luck, you can't compare to me. If I were here in my past life, I would have been able to kill you with just a puff of my breath. Jiang Lan is really a reincarnated celestial? This was the first time Jiang Lan had admitted to being a reincarnated celestial. Although Lin Feiyang and the others were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. You can kill me with just a puff of your breath? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and pretended to be surprised as he asked, Were you a celestial lord in your past life? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Jiang Lan again. It was obvious they wanted to hear Jiang Lan's answer to Duan Lingtian's question. Celestial lord? Jiang Lan's expression was filled with disdain when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. A celestial lord is nothing. In my past life, I was a celestial emperor who was superior to a celestial lord. Celestial emperor. Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Although some of them had guessed Jiang Lan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor when they were at the peak of the huge mountain, they did not dare to believe it. After all, a celestial emperor was too elusive for them. A celestial emperor was a legendary existence that was beyond their reach. However, they were shocked when they heard Zhang words. Zhang is really the reincarnation of a celestial emperor? In the midst of their shock, they thought of another question. Chapter 3101. Celestial Emperor? Lin Feiyang looked at Zhang Lan in disbelief as he asked, "Since you're the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, you must be up to something, right?" The reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Lin Feiyang was shocked by Zhang Lan's identity. He found it hard to believe. The strongest person in his territory was a titled celestial lord. As for celestial emperors, they might have appeared in history, but he had never heard of one before, let alone seen one. Even so, the word celestial emperor still made his heart tremble. When he heard Zhang Lan said he was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, his scalp went numb, and he felt a chill run up his spine. Celestial emperors were extremely powerful and supreme. Moreover, the person standing before him was a celestial emperor in his past life. After experiencing a series of unforeseen events, Lin Feiyang didn't doubt Zhang Lan's words. He also knew that there was no need for Zhang Lan to lie. With Zhang Lan's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill the rest of them. There was no need for him to lie to them. However, Lin Feiyang could not help but feel curious. As a reincarnation of a celestial emperor, why would Zhang Lan go through so much trouble to gather so many people from so many Devata realms? What was he up to? Lin Feiyang did not believe Zhang Lan had no ulterior motives at all. Since things have come to this, it's not a big deal to tell you. In response to Lin Feiyang's question, Zhang Lan said indifferently, "I've gathered all of you here to sacrifice the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree." The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang and the other two peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at the towering tree on the floating island. This was the first time they had seen this blood-red tree, especially the two blood-red spheres on top of the towering tree. They were constantly squeezing and contracting, as if they were brewing something. Heaven, sacrificial divine fruit? What's that? He summoned us here to sacrifice the tree. More than 10,000 people have died. What kind of benefits will this tree bring to Zhang Lan? Lin Feiyang and the other two quickly looked away from the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree and back at Zhang Lan. Their eyes were filled with confusion. At the same time, both Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's eyes followed Lin Feiyang and the other two. They didn't reveal any flaws in front of Zhang Lan. "Chi." Zhang Lan scoffed and said condescendingly, "It's normal for country bumpkins like you to not know about the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit." The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit is, Lin Feiyang and the other two peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials breathing quickened when they heard Zhang Lan's introduction of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit could allow a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial to become a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, he could directly comprehend the profundities of a law that he had never come into contact with before. Moreover, he had comprehended at least 6 profundities of that kind of law. Was there someone who had comprehended 8 profundities of a law after consuming the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Feiyang and the other two peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials' eyes widened as they gasped in unison. Although Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's reactions were not as exaggerated as Lin Feiyang and the other two peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials, they were equally shocked. As expected of Ling Jueyun, he's able to remain calm under such circumstances. He's much stronger than Lin Feiyang. Zhang Lan did not miss the changes in the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. For this reason, he was even more satisfied with Ling Jueyun. "I only hope Ling Jueyun is willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so he'll submit to me." Zhang Lan's heart was filled with anticipation. As for Duan Lingtian, although he appeared calm, Zhang Lan thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky and had experienced many fortuitous encounters in the past. Therefore, he was not as shocked as Lin Feiyang and the other two peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possessed two royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the two royal-grade celestial weapons were not ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. It's time for me to make my move. Jiang Lan scanned the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with his divine consciousness and discovered the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had entered the final stage of fruiting. Jiang Lan's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment, his aura surged as blue ripples spread out from his body. It was as though a lake had appeared in the void, and a rock had fallen onto the surface of the lake. This is bad. Lin Feiyang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' expressions changed drastically when they saw Jiang Lan's aura. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juoyun looked at each other with a grim expression on their faces. Was Jiang Lan finally going to make his move? Swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by a series of loud sounds that sounded like a flood, Jiang Lan's figure seemed to have turned into a ghost as he flashed through the void. Duan Lingtian and the other four peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators who had been accumulating their celestial origin energies since the moment they saw Jiang Lan, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Juoyun, Lin Feiyang, and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators instinctively moved closer to Jiang Lan. In Lin Feiyang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' opinion, the only way to deal with Jiang Lan was if they joined forces. What are you two doing? If you don't join forces now, are you going to wait for him to defeat you one by one? The middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial shouted as he watched Lin Feiyang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man join forces with Duan Lingtian and Ling Juoyun. Do you think you'll be a match for me if you join forces? As Jiang Lan approached Lin Feiyang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, he suddenly slowed down. He looked at the middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators disdainfully before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Lingtian, although the power of your royal-grade celestial weapons is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon, however, they're not emperor-grade celestial weapons. Today, before you die, I'll show you a real emperor-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A bright blue saber ray shot out from his palm. It was even more dazzling than his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity. As soon as the bright blue saber ray appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. A moment later, under everyone's watchful eyes, a translucent azure crystal blade appeared in Jiang Lan's hand. The crystal knife was emitting a cold aura. The moment it appeared, a cold aura swept out, causing everyone present to shiver. With Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, they were not afraid of the cold. However, the cold aura from the crystal saber was bone-chilling. That's an emperor-grade celestial weapon? An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Lin Feiyang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials narrowed their eyes as soon as they heard Jiang Lan's words. However, when they saw the crystal saber in Jiang Lan's hand that emitted a terrifying aura, coupled with Jiang Lan's words, their hearts sank. Earlier, when they found out Jiang Lan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, they were still thinking to themselves, perhaps Jiang Lan had not obtained the treasures he left behind in his past life. Or perhaps the treasures he left behind in his past life had been discovered and taken away by someone else. However, now that Jiang Lan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were in complete despair. If Jiang Lan only had a king-grade celestial weapon to rely on, even if he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, the remaining 5-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial weapon might still stand a chance against him. Most importantly, there was another thing. Duan Lingtian had 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the combined power of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, now that Jiang Lan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they no longer had any intention of resisting. Buzz! Jiang Lan attacked with the crystal saber in his hand. A blue saber ray flashed in the air. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man had just regained his senses when he was killed by Jiang Lan. When he died, his eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground, unable to rest in peace. The middle-aged man was also the first person to die here with an intact corpse. At this moment, the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had stopped absorbing the blood and souls of the fallen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Clearly, the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit no longer needed any sacrifices. The blood and souls it had absorbed were enough for it to condense the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was up to the heavens whether it would succeed or not. Don't kill me. After the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man, another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man kneeled before Jianglan, Lord Celestial Emperor. Since the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit no longer needs any sacrifices, please spare me. I'm willing to give you all of my wealth as long as you spare my life. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial begged as he took off his purely defensive king skin celestial weapon and placed it in his hand along with his spatial ring. It was clear he wanted to exchange his wealth for his life. Do you think your things won't belong to me if I kill you? Zhang Lan asked with a sinister smile on his face. However, when the young man saw Zhang Lan's smile, it was like the smile of a devil. He shuddered in fear as he kowtowed and begged, Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Do you think I'll be interested in your meager possessions? Zhang Lan ignored the young man's begging. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand. Buzz. Chapter 3102. Zhang Lan had killed two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended three profundities from a law and were on the verge of comprehending the fourth profundity. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan were not the only ones who were not surprised by this outcome. Even Lin Feiyang was not surprised by this outcome. Zhang Lan was a reincarnated celestial emperor. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended four profundities from the law of water. Naturally, he was stronger than the two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When Zhang Lan took out his emperor-grade celestial weapon, Lin Feiyang knew Zhang Lan did not need to use a second strike to kill him. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Zhang Lan easily killing two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In his opinion, if he had an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would have been able to kill Zhang Lan even if Zhang Lan was stronger and more experienced than him. An emperor-grade celestial weapon was superior to a royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a king-grade celestial weapon that was inferior to a royal-grade celestial weapon. On the other hand, he only had a king-grade celestial weapon. What do you think? Do you have the guts to fight me with the two royal-grade celestial weapons in your hands? After killing the second peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Zhang Lan's first reaction was to look at Duan Lingtian. A disdainful smile could be seen on his face. However, the smile on his face froze when he saw Duan Lingtian. Initially, Zhang Lan thought Duan Lingtian would feel fear and despair when facing him. He thought Duan Lingtian might even kneel and beg for mercy, like the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he discovered Duan Lingtian was looking at him calmly. There was no hint of joy or sorrow in his eyes. What? Are you going to kill me next? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Zhang Lan. I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn at this moment. Why don't you try begging for mercy like the other guy? Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Zhang Lan quickly regained his senses. He only thought that Duan Lingtian was forcing himself to hold on. In fact, his heart was definitely filled with fear and despair, but he did not show it. Whoosh! Voila! Almost as soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, a raging flame rose around Duan Lingtian's body. Not only did it envelop his entire body, but it also burned even more fiercely, as if it could incinerate everything. Zhang Lan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the aura of flames on Duan Lingtian's body. This is the law of fire's burning profundity? You were actually hiding your strength before. Zhang Lan did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he thought had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, and was lucky enough to obtain 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that could be combined, would hold back when he attacked earlier. Not only had he comprehended the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity, but he had also comprehended the burning profundity. Boom. Rumble. In the next moment, the flames on Duan Lingtian's body exploded, causing dazzling sparks to fly everywhere. Zhang Lan's eyes widened in shock. This is the explosion profundity? Not only has Duan Lingtian comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire, but he has also comprehended the explosion profundity? Zhang Lan was shocked, completely shocked. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a monstrous genius like Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire. Not only that, but he had also comprehended the 4th profundity, the explosion profundity. Lin Feiyang was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be as strong as him. Moreover, the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons in Duan Lingtian's possession were not taken into consideration. With 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that were comparable to emperor-grade celestial weapons, it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to kill Lin Feiyang. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so well. Your innate talent and comprehension skills are not inferior to Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. Zhang Lan, who was about to make a move against Duan Lingtian, was tempted by Duan Lingtian's strength as well. However, even without the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. If we include the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. Zhang Lan said indifferently. As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, he rose into the air and looked down at Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Feiyang. I'll give the 3 of you a chance to live. As long as you're willing to let me plant the wrath brand in your souls, I won't kill you. Not only will I spare your lives, but I'll even give you a chance to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If the 3 of you are willing to submit to me, you'll be able to compete for the other heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'll give the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to whoever is stronger. Of course, that's only if you don't use your 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, Duan Lingtian. When he spoke up to here, Zhang Lan subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice, Enslavement brand? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Naturally, he knew what the enslavement brand was. Once it was planted, it would never be removed. Unless the person who planted the enslavement brand took the initiative to remove it, no one would be able to remove it. Moreover, once the enslavement brand was planted, the person who planted the enslavement brand would be enslaved forever. Dream on. Lin Feiyang was the first to shout. You want to plant a soul brand in my soul? Impossible. I'd rather die. You're dreaming. Ling Jueyun sneered as well. If I submit to you and become your slave, so what if I obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and become a 10 directions celestial duke? Duan Lingtian sneered as well. It seems like the 3 of you really have a death wish. Although he had already expected this outcome, when he really faced it, Zhang Lan couldn't help but laugh in anger. In that case, I'll send all of you on your way and monopolize the 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits. As soon as Zhang Lan finished speaking, a dazzling azure saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand, dyeing the cave abode blue. Kill. Lin Feiyang's eyes flashed fiercely as he charged toward Zhang Lan like a dragon that had just left its lair. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun made their moves as well. They had a tacit understanding throughout the entire process. At this moment, the 3 of them knew they had to join forces to deal with Zhang Lan and fight for a slim chance of survival. Ling Jueyun, Lin Feiyang, I'll kill this Duan Lingtian first. If you regret your decision, remember to tell me in advance so that I won't kill you before you can say anything. Zhang Lan remained calm in the face of the 3 people charging toward him. At the same time, he did not forget to persuade Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang to consider surrendering to him. You should know that once you die, you'll lose everything. As long as you're willing to submit to me, I can guarantee you that once I become a celestial emperor in this life, I'll remove the enslavement mark in your souls. As he spoke, Zhang Lan's words seemed to have made a compromise. Alas, regardless of whether it was Ling Jueyun or Lin Feiyang, they only responded to Zhang Lan's words by charging forward with ferocious momentum. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's strength was no different from before. He was still holding back. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian raised his hand when he noticed Zhang Lan's gaze on him. In the next moment, a seven-colored light shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It was none other than the seven orifices exquisite sword that had been hidden in his body all this time. As soon as the seven orifices exquisite sword appeared, its seven-colored light illuminated the entire cave abode, competing with the blue light from the crystal saber in Jiang Lan's hand. At this moment, Jiang Lan, who had easily blocked Ling Juyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks, completely ignored them. His eyes were fixed on the seven-colored sword ray in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Duan Ling Tian, you've truly surprised me. I thought you were lucky to have two royal-grade celestial weapons. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You have an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Zhang Lan's eyes shone with greed as he stared at the seven-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he was a celestial emperor in his past life, he only had one emperor-grade celestial weapon, the saber in his hand. Moreover, he was considered one of the stronger celestial emperors in his past life. His strength was almost on par with a titled celestial emperor. Most celestial emperors did not have emperor-grade celestial weapons. Not only did emperor-grade celestial weapons have high requirements for the celestial weapon craftsman, but it also had high requirements for the materials used to craft them. For this reason, emperor-grade celestial weapons were extremely valuable. Even the armor on Jiang Lan's body was only a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. It was not an emperor-grade celestial weapon at all. However, even if it was a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, with Jiang Lan's current strength, he could still block Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks for a short time. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Feiyang's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian when the seven-colored light illuminated the cave abode. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. Who exactly was this Duan Lingtian who made him feel a sense of familiarity? Why did he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? You're the only one allowed to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but not me? Duan Lingtian sneered. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Zhang Lan had mistaken his seven orifices exquisite sword for an emperor-grade celestial weapon. He had no intention of correcting Zhang Lan. Moreover, with his current strength, the power of the seven orifices exquisite sword was only comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. I have to admit, Duan Lingtian, you're extremely talented. Even your luck is enviable. However, you're destined to die in my hands today. Your emperor-grade celestial weapon is destined to be mine. Chapter 3103. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in the face of Jiang Lan's menacing aura. Then, he opened his eyes abruptly. It was as if a flame had burst out from his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian's body flashed. It was as if he had turned into a ball of fire as he charged toward the menacing Zhang Lan. When the water and fire collided, a series of terrifying explosions reverberated in the air. It was as if the proverb "water and fire are incompatible" was being interpreted. Just as the water and fire powers were in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. Without any warning, a fragrant scent suddenly spread throughout the cave abode. When they smelled the fragrance, Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively looked in the direction of the fragrance. With just a glance, they saw another fruit tree. On the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, there were two blood-red fruits that were the size of an adult's fist. The blood-red fruits were hanging there. Lightning bolts that resembled small blood-red snakes coiled around them. They would occasionally enter and exit the fruit. This is the fruit of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit's embryo has been successfully formed? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly before he forcefully took a deep breath to forcefully calm his surging emotions. This time, he had come for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he knew that the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was extremely low. Even if he could survive until the end, he might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It all depended on luck. Now that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed, he was overjoyed. The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. While Duan Lingtian was overjoyed and trying his best to suppress his emotions, Ling Jueyun, Zhang Lan, and Lin Feiyang also discovered that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed. Immediately, their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. Their chests heaved up and down like bellows. Ha 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 ha, it's a success. I did it. Zhang Lan laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with unparalleled joy. I won't hold back anymore. I will kill you all and eat the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Zhang Lan glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly. He also extended his divine sense and shrouded Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang in case they tried to steal the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit while he was fighting Duan Lingtian. If Ling Jueyun and the other two went to pick the heaven's sacrificial divine fruits, he was confident that he could kill both of them while fighting against Duan Lingtian. Of course, in that case, killing Duan Lingtian would take more time. Your strength isn't bad, and your immortal artifact isn't bad as well. Unfortunately, you haven't completely comprehended the explosion profundity of the fire loss. Otherwise, you would have the ability to fight me. After locking his divine sense on Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang, Zhang Lan calmed down and looked at Duan Lingtian again. The crystal saber in his hand shone with a blue saber chi, suppressing Duan Lingtian's sword chi. The sword light that erupted outside the seven-colored sword light was originally aggressive, but after a few rounds, it was suppressed by Zhang Lan's saber light. Die! Suddenly, Zhang Lan let out an explosive shout. After blocking Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks with his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Zhang Lan took the opportunity to transfer the energy from his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon to his emperor-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, the azure saber ray surged and caused Duan Lingtian's sword ray to retreat at an even faster speed. This can't go on. If this goes on, we're all going to die. Upon seeing this, Lin Feiyang's eyes widened in fear and anxiety. He was still recovering after unleashing his full strength. At this moment, he had temporarily forgotten about the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Although the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit was good, he had to be alive to enjoy it. The most important thing now was to find a way to escape from Zhang Lan. In the next moment, Lin Feiyang gritted his teeth and launched another attack. He did not even have time to recover his strength. Lin Feiyang's frequent attacks landed on Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan did not have time to channel his energy into his armor and took Lin Feiyang's attack head-on. Even with the protection of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Zhang Lan still felt the blood in his body churning. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. You're courting death. Zhang Lan glared at Duan Lingtian. As he shouted, the saber chi from his crystal saber forced Duan Lingtian's sword chi to retreat. After retreating, Zhang Lan retracted his saber and charged toward Lin Feiyang. Buzz! A saber cry rang in the air. Lin Feiyang, who had lost all his strength, was killed by Zhang Lan with a pair of eyes filled with despair. In his sect, he was a prodigy with a bright future ahead of him. However, because of his greed, he was trapped and killed by Zhang Lan. His body and Dao were destroyed. He was unwilling to accept this. Do it! As soon as Zhang Lan killed Lin Feiyang, a thunderous voice rang from behind Zhang Lan. It was none other than Ling Jueyun's voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Along with the ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air, a sword with gray lightning swirling around it appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. The whistling of the sword came from the tip of the sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the cave abode that was originally filled with blue and seven-colored light was suddenly tainted with a hint of gray. Whoosh! At the same time, a bloody mist surged out of Ling Jueyun's body and merged with his celestial origin energy that was infused with the elemental death element. In an instant, the scythe condensed from Ling Jueyun's profundity of the death god's scythe became corporeal. It was as though Ling Jueyun had completely comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe. Before this, although Ling Jueyun could barely use the profundity of the death god's scythe, he had only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. The condensed scythe was incomparably weak, and its power was incomparable to a corporeal scythe. However, a corporeal scythe could only be used by someone who had comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe to a rudimentary level. Ling Jueyun also has an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Also, he has only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. Why does it seem like he has completely comprehended it? Zhang Lan's expression changed drastically when he noticed the change in Ling Jueyun's strength and the sword that had appeared in his hand. He did not expect this. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Ling Jueyun had concealed his strength. Boom. Rumble. At the same time, Zhang Lan, who was looking at Ling Jueyun, heard a series of thunderous booms behind him. When he instinctively turned around, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's attack had suddenly become much more powerful. The flaming sword beam had completely exploded at this moment, causing him to smell the scent of death. Is this the profundity of explosion? No, this doesn't seem to be the profundity of explosion. Then what is this? Zhang Lan was completely dumbfounded. This was because he noticed Duan Ling Tian's current attack had completely suppressed his strongest attack. At this moment, he finally realized something. Even though Duan Ling Tian was at a disadvantage when they exchanged blows earlier, he still held back his strength. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Zhang Lan's expression changed again and again as he was attacked by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. However, at the same time, he did not remain idle. He channeled his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity into the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon he was wearing. He wanted to use it to defend himself against Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's attacks. Swoosh! The shadow of the armor rose up and protected Zhang Lan within, as if it was airtight. Even so, Zhang Lan did not feel safe at all. An anxious expression appeared on his face as his hands danced in the air. A set of obscure hand seals was formed as he moved his hands. Clearly, Zhang Lan had left a backup plan for him in his previous life. However, Zhang Lan did not feel happy at all. This was because he needed time to complete this backup plan. Currently, he did not have time at all. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun to be so powerful that they could completely suppress him. He did not even dare to attack. Currently, Ling Jueyun's strength was not inferior to his, and Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed his in all aspects. They've hidden their strength too well. They've hidden their strength too well. At this moment, Zhang Lan was burning with anxiety. At the same time, he was also shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Let's end this quickly. Ling Jueyun's expression changed slightly when he saw Zhang Lan activating his defenses and forming hand seals in the air. He shouted to remind Duan Lingtian that he was about to attack. At the same time, he increased his strength and speed. It's too late. Duan Lingtian's entire body was enveloped in flames. The rainbow-colored sword light in his hand swept out. Streaks of sword light, condensed from flames, rained down on Zhang Lan like a meteor shower. Zhang Lan's illusory armor completely shattered when Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian's first wave of attacks arrived. Swoosh! A sword light that was so red that it was almost purple, as if it could annihilate everything, swept out from one side of the void and appeared in front of Zhang Lan's glabella. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Zhang Lan's mournful voice echoed in the spacious cave abode. It was heart-wrenching. When the sword light that was so red that it was almost purple pierced Zhang Lan's glabella and swept out from behind his head, Zhang Lan was completing the last few movements of the set of hand seals. If he was given half a breath's time, he would be able to complete this set of hand seals and activate the defensive array formation in the cave abode, isolating himself and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the surroundings. The defensive array formation that he had left behind in his previous life could not be broken even with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's current strength. With the protection of the defensive array formation, he could easily pluck the two heaven sacrificial divine fruits. If he did not see the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, Zhang Lan might feel indignant, but he would definitely not be as indignant as he was now. He had planned for 2 lifetimes, and was about to obtain the fruits of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruits. However, he had failed at the last moment. While feeling indignant, Zhang Lan also regretted it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.